How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
I'm not clear. How is it that playing the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital?
That's difficult to answer.
is the end. There's a noise inside my head of crying people facing death. Is this the end? Is this the end? I'm burning in the stone here. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone What have we done to the world? What have we done to the world? I'm burning in the stone There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone This is the final
Marky got with Sharon, Sharon got Sharia, she was sharing Sharon's outlook on the topic of disease. Mikey had a facial scar and Bobby was a racist. They were all in love with dying, they were doing it in Texas. Tommy played piano like a kid out in the rain, and then he lost his leg in Dallas, he was dancing with the train. They were all in love with dying, they were drinking from a fountain that was pouring like an avalanche coming down the mountain.
I don't mind the sun sometimes, the images it shows. I can taste you on my lips and smell you in my clothes.
Und weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum braucht er was zum Essen, bitte sehr. Es macht ihn ein Geschwätz nicht satt, das schafft kein Essen her.
Rum links, zwei, drei, rum links, zwei, drei, wo dein Platz genossen ist. Weil ich ein in die Arbeit einheimst und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Und weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum hat der Stiefel im Gesicht nicht gern. Er will unter sich keinen Sklaven sehen und über sich keinen Herrn.
Rum links, zwei, drei, rum links, zwei, drei, wo dein Platz genossen ist. Weil ich ein in die Arbeit einheimst und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Und weil der Prolet ein Prolet ist, drum wird ihn kein anderer befreien. Es kann die Befreiung der Arbeiter nur das Werk der Arbeiter sein.
Rum links, zwei, drei, rum links, zwei, drei, wo dein Platz genossen ist. Weil ich ein in die Arbeit einheimst und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Guess what, you comrades? Welcome to Socialism Saturday. Socialism Saturday is where we watch the most dystopian thing that you will see on the internet all day, all week, all month, all year. This is where we watch the real far left. We are not watching Democrats on Socialism Saturday because Democrats are not actually socialists or communists. We are not watching liberals or progressives on Socialism Saturday because real socialists, real communists hate liberals and progressives. We are not even watching the Democratic Socialists of America because even though it is true that AOC and Bernie Sanders had a giant fuck-off rally in Colorado this week, and even though Chris Rufo is tweeting about how the left is pivoting back to economic Marxism, and that is why they had a big AOC and Bernie Sanders rally, and like I can't tell you how many of you tagged me in these tweets that Rufo's sending, and you're just like, Carlin, I'm like, I tried to tell him. He doesn't want to listen. That's fine. That's his prerogative. But Chris, that's retarded, bro. That's retarded. It was a retarded tweet, and you are wrong, and you should sit in your wrongness and be wrong. And if you want to know why you're wrong, tonight we're going to watch Queer Marxism on my channel. Yeah, Rufo said that. Yeah, he did. Yep. This is the illustrious follow-up to the we had a rigorous debate with Judith Butler in New College in Florida, which was not rigorous, nor was it a debate. I should put that on a shirt, sit in your wrongness and be wrong. Yeah, so we're going to watch some Queer Marxism tonight, mostly because I've actually wanted to do this anyway. So, listen, about 6 months ago, where's my screen that I want to show you? This one. About 6 months ago, we watched for an episode of The Cult, which is the show I do during the week, Monday through Friday at 5 p.m. We watched something from the Denver Communists called Intro to Social Reproduction Theory, which is a presentation that they did based on The Shining, the movie The Shining. You can see there's Jack Nicholson there in The Shining. And I gotta tell you guys, this is one of the best Abolish the Family presentations that you will ever see. And so I've always kind of had it in the back of my head. I'm like, you know, more people watch Socialism Saturday than watch the midweek show, probably because it's easier and it's on Saturday and stuff like that. I was like, we need to bring this presentation back and we need to elevate it for Socialism Saturday, and we need to watch it again, because if this is going to be a great night for anyone that has never watched Abolish the Family content before, because they literally say everything, every single thing. Reagan, you're working on... Yeah, I slack too, Reagan. I slack too. I've had a clip from this presentation sitting on my desktop for 6 months. The one I just posted today on Twitter. So don't worry. We are equally slacking in this regard, because there's always so many clips to make. There's always so much stuff to do. You know, this stuff takes time. So I thought we would watch it again on Socialism Saturday to make sure more people saw it, because you guys are gonna love this. Even if you watched it last time with me, it's worth another watch because it's that good. But I also have another one that I want to watch tonight, if we can stomach it. Emmy O'Brien. My best buddy, Emmy O'Brien, who told everyone, Emmy O'Brien very kindly told all the socialists on Blue Sky to block me. I don't know why Emmy O'Brien told all the socialists on Blue Sky to block me. All I do is watch their content and put it in front of more people than they would otherwise reach on their own. I don't know why this is such a problem, but this is an old school presentation from Emmy O'Brien that we have again. We've watched this before, but I feel like we watched this one like 2 years ago or something. Like, it's been on this YouTube channel for 2 years. And so I feel like we watched this. I know we've seen this presentation before, but I think it was like a long time ago. And it's one of those things where sometimes I like to go back and watch stuff again that we did at the beginning of Socialism Saturday, because we've learned so much since we started doing Socialism Saturday, that if we go back and we watch older presentations, like, we'll hear them in new ways, we'll see new things we didn't see before because we didn't fully understand the subject matter. Also, new people, hopefully anyway, join Socialism Saturday all the time, so this might be not everyone wants to go back into the old Socialism Saturday archives. Let's be honest, I was much angrier in the early days of Socialism Saturday than I am now. I feel like I'm much better to deal with now. I feel like I'm probably a better teacher now. Because I was going through a lot, bro. I was going through a lot back in the day. I used to be much angrier than I am now because I was getting harassed all the time online. It wasn't fun. I had people trying to sabotage me. I had a group of people trying to harass me to the point where I committed suicide. That was their stated goal. It was just really bad. And so, you know, I used to be a lot angrier and I used to yell a lot more and be a lot more bitchy and cunty. And that's not to say that I'm not bitchy and cunty now, because that is just an innate part of who I am. And people just have to learn to deal with it. I'm an Aries. I'm an Aries sun with a Leo moon and Pluto in my first house. I am one fiery bitch. But I'm not as angry as I once was. So this is a long way of saying that I was probably pretty angry when I watched this the first time, and maybe I'll be a better teacher of this content today now that I'm not angry anymore. Because it turns out, like, I am actually a really good teacher when I don't have hundreds of people trying to harass me on the internet at any given time. Anyway. Carlin, if you had to pick to be another sign besides Aries, what would you pick? Why would I have to be any other sign other than Aries? Like, Aries is the best sign. Aries is the first sign. I don't want to pick any other sign. I like my sign. I mean, I guess probably Leo would be the backup because Leo is probably next in line because, I mean, I'm a Aries sun, Leo moon, Libra rising for people. The Libra rising is what saves me, by the way, because I do still know how to balance things. That's what Libra is. Libra's the scales. Yeah, we do astrology on this. We do astrology on this channel as well. Anyway, that is what we're going to be watching tonight for Socialism Saturday. I already got a super chat in from Renan. It's too bad Mia, I don't know how to say her name, didn't want to engage in your discussion. Yeah, I asked a young detransitioner who just apparently became a dual citizen with Israel, if they really believed the left was anti-Semitic, and they said yes, because they listen to James and they follow James and they're young and they're dumb and they haven't looked into it like they should have. And then I sent them a presentation of Haymarket Books talking about fighting anti-Semitism with a whole bunch of Jews. And I was like, really? Because I can look at their presentations and find a lot of Jewish people. So what do you think about that? I was actually perfectly nice in that discussion. I don't know if they ever responded to me. I haven't really looked today. But you know what? Whatever. They're young. I'm not gonna like, drag them or anything. I think they're young and, they're figuring it out. Guys, on Socialism Saturday, we do have a $100 super chat goal. The quicker you help me meet my $100 super chat goal, the happier I will be for the remaining stream. And so you guys are the ones that fund my ability to do this stuff, to spend many, many hours streaming with you on a Saturday evening or Sunday morning if you're like Kev, because Kev is in Australia. You guys are the ones that allow me the ability to do what I do. I cannot do it without you. I'm completely grassroots funded. So if you appreciate that I'm taking time out to teach you socialism on a Saturday, throw in $5 super chat, $10 super chat. You can send in from YouTube. You can send in from Rumble. I have the Power Chat link is working as well. If you would prefer to use Power Chat, it's powerchat.live/Carlin. And I do have that up as well. And so, help me do this, guys. I appreciate it. Couple quick announcements here before we get started. Now, I want to show you guys, like, one of the reasons that I'm doing this is because I am working on this little project. I'm calling it the Queer Marxism Project. Essentially, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to take this vast quantity of queer Marxist propaganda that I've been collecting for like years now, because I have a massive amount of this stuff, and I'm trying to make it more accessible to the public, because I have this stuff, but it's linked in all sorts of different places. Sometimes you have to watch really long streams and stuff like that to find it. So I'm making a concerted effort to get all of my queer Marxism content into like one place, so that if people want to learn about queer Marxism, which I think is going to become more relevant than people think it is, they're going to have a place to go that has clips and PDFs and zines and their propaganda and all that stuff, so that they can learn about it. I'm calling this the Queer Marxism Project. You can find it at Queer Marxism on Twitter. There also is a website component to this that I'm currently working on building out. There's nothing much there now, but it is queermarxism.com, and I'm making something really cool, and you guys are really going to love it. And that's part of the reason why we're going back and watching some of this queer Marxism content, because I want to make sure that I'm building this out to the very best of my ability. I am also working on a couple of books about the topic, because I think it's the craziest thing going on the left that no one is talking about. And if I have to suffer knowing that this stuff exists in the world, then so do you. Congratulations. Oh God, my dogs are barking. That means my husband has come home from hiking. Well, he'll have to take care of that. Before we get into it, I also just wanted to point out, this is our crazy James post of the day. Stony Baloney, who goes by social media comments section on YouTube, but he goes by Stony Baloney on Twitter. Stony Baloney made a good point. He said, James isn't posting this because he believes it. James is posting this to get a reaction to it, which he will get. And then James is using it to make himself out to be the victim, so he can keep making more posts, to keep getting more reactions, to keep being able to position himself as a poor victim of the world. And this is essentially the idea that, the object is your target's reaction. The goal is to provoke a reaction. James is constantly projecting everything he says that everyone else is doing. James is, in fact, doing it all the time, perpetually. So this is a completely serious post. James is literally comparing Tucker Carlson to Rachel Maddow. And I just think we should just all just bask in that. Tolkien fan! Thank you. I wish I could display this super sticker. It's like a game controller that's kicking and punching, and it says super effective. Thank you for the $50 super sticker, Tolkien fan. I really do appreciate it. Let us add that to our super chat total. There we go. There we go. There we go. So yeah, everyone should laugh at James, and we should definitely not harass him, and we should definitely not reply to him. He's blocked most of us anyway. We can't even reply to him if we wanted to. But the idea that we're now comparing Tucker Carlson to Rachel Maddow, and by the way, he's calling them both woke. Rachel Maddow is a progressive. Tucker Carlson is nowhere near the far right. So Rachel Maddow is not a communist. Tucker Carlson's not on the far right. Just because he had people on his podcast that James didn't like doesn't actually make him a Nazi. So this is the guy that the conservative right has elevated to teach people about the left, and this is what they get instead. But you know what? I fully support James's obsession with Nazis, and I think James should only continue talking about Nazis and keep posting about Nazis, and I think James should never talk about communism or socialism or Marxism again, because the less James talks about the far left, the better informed people will be. And so I'm just going to keep talking about the left, though. James can do whatever the fuck you want. Also want to remind people, I do have a couple new books out. One of those books is called A Brief History of Racism. This is a book where I go back to the origin of the term racism. I tell you what the original definition is, and then I track the evolution of the definition of the term racism all the way up to Donald Trump getting into office for his second term in 2025. That book is now available on Amazon. It is called A Brief History of Racism because it's a really small book. It's a really, really quick read. Gives you a good overview, lots of primary source evidence. You can see all the quotes for yourself. You never have to take my word for it, because I will always tell you exactly what the quotes are, give you lots of resources you can look into for yourself. But it is actually a really interesting thing. When I started researching it, I was like, oh, this is actually, it's fascinating to watch the evolution of a word, because when we're in the middle of a cultural revolution, which we are in the middle of a cultural revolution, the thing that matters most is the definition of words. The definitions define the culture. And so if we don't know what the real definition of the term is, and we don't know how people are using the term, and you guys hear me say it all the time, whiteness means capitalism. Whiteness is not about skin color. Whiteness is about capitalism. This book exemplifies that without me using that term once. But if we don't know what the definitions of words are, we can't actually solve problems. So this is everything you need to know about the definition of the term racism, and you can get that on Amazon. Also, you bought your manifesto today. Thank you, Annie, for that. You can also get my new book, Debunking the Communist Manifesto, in which I literally rant for 400 pages debunking the Communist Manifesto. This is a good book if you have like a kid that is getting really into communism, or you have like a nephew or something that wants to tell you real socialism hasn't been tried. If you have things like that, give them this book, because this book literally goes through and debunks every single section of the Communist Manifesto. It tells you why it's wrong. It gives you historical realities. It gives you modern day parallels. It gives you hundreds of sources where if you need to provide someone with a piece of evidence, you say, go read this, asshole, and it'll give them with the piece of evidence. So this is, I think, the most comprehensive debunk of the Communist Manifesto that I've been able to find, and I created it. Maybe someone did better than me. It's entirely possible, but I think I did a pretty good job. So if you want to pick that up, you can do that on Amazon. Again, that is Debunking the Communist Manifesto, an unapologetic takedown of Marxist nonsense, and I am still in my book writing mode, and you can, of course, catch up with all the unreleased draft chapters of the multiple books that I'm working on right now, to include a book I'm so proud of. I now have all 5 acts of the Communist Manifesto, a revolutionary fairy tale, up on the Red Menace Collective Substack. This is a Substack people can go to if they want to read the draft chapters of my books before they get made public, actually into books. And I have written an actual dystopian fairy tale based on the Communist Manifesto that I am just really proud of. I think it's great. These are draft chapters, so I'm still tweaking and still editing, and Jennifer is making me give her my draft so that she and other people can read it and critique it. Jennifer is taking my jaunt into fiction very seriously, and she DM'd me the other day. She's like, Carlin, you need other people to read this. And I was like, I don't think I do, Jennifer. And then she's like, yes, you do. You don't know how to write fiction. We're going to give you some feedback. And I was like, all right, well, I'll give you the draft of my book, and you can give me feedback if you want to. I'm not going to say I'm going to listen to it or nothing. But like, no, I'm just kidding. I'm just giving Jennifer a hard time. I do appreciate people that Jennifer is wrangling to give me feedback on the book. I am going to read it. I am going to take it seriously. If you guys want to take the time to read the book ahead of time and to give me some feedback on it, I'm joking, because you guys know I'm stubborn and I don't often like getting feedback. But if you guys want to do it, then I will participate in the exercise. This is my first time writing fiction. I think it came out pretty good. Not perfect. I'm still working on it. I'm not saying I'm above critique, but I'm really proud of it. And if you want to read the draft chapters, head over to the redmenacecollective.substack.com, and you can find them there. And I'm also returning back to working on the Be Gay Do Crime book, which is about the Mary Narney gang, and you're going to start seeing more draft chapters from this very soon. And I'm going to write more anti-communist books this year than like most other people have written in their entire lives, and that's just going to be the way it is. That is just going to be the way it is. Let's see, Andre. So James is addicted to lies, therefore he is untrustworthy as a liar. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. James is absolutely untrustworthy as a dirty, dirty liar and a scoundrel and a cad, if I might be so bold. All right, now that we've done our introduction, guys, we are going to be turning our attention back to the Abolish the Family content that we have planned for tonight. Now, is there anyone new to Socialism Saturday in the chat tonight? Is there anyone new here tonight? If you are new, please let us know in the chat. There's no shame in being new, but if you are new, watching socialism, if you've never watched socialism before, can be a little bit overwhelming. And so we want to make sure new people here, or even if you're a veteran and you just maybe haven't been around in a while, or you haven't seen this particular content, all questions are welcome on Socialism Saturday. We do encourage people to ask questions. We want people to ask questions. Oh God, what is this? Is it? Fuck you, Alex. No, it's not gold. He withheld $1. He withheld $1. Fuck you, Alex. Alex always gotta have a comment. Fine. That's fine. fine. You guys can still send me money if you want to. That's okay. All right, back to this. Guys, if you have questions as we are making our way through the socialism presentation tonight, please ask them. The goal of Socialism Saturday is to help people to understand what the real far left believes and what they're actually saying and doing in the real world. This oftentimes is very, very different than what you hear from conservative or right-leaning influencers that talk all the time about Marxism or communism and all that stuff. And so if you have questions, if it sounds crazy to you, please let us know in the chat. Nick, see, like, Nick is such a gentleman, comes in with the $1. Trendolin also comes in with the $1. Thank you, Trendolin. Nick and Trendolin both get credit. We are now at $101. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Thank you, guys. You can still feel free to give me money if you want to, but we have met goal, which means I'm going to be in a really good mood tonight. So please ask questions, guys. We do have an informative video that lays out the rules for Socialism Saturday that I'm going to play now, just so you know what you're walking into. This is not a stream on the internet where we are just going to own the libs for 4 hours. We are actually trying to do something here, and so I want to play the rules video so everyone knows what they are getting themselves into. All right, for anyone that's new, we have some rules for Socialism Saturday. Let me go over them real quick. Socialism Saturday is a research group and a class. We do take this seriously. You're allowed to have fun. You're allowed to have a drink or two. You're allowed to kind of kick back and joke in the chat. However, I need everyone to understand that when we are researching the radical revolutionary left, we do take this seriously. And so if you're shitposting in my chat, I'm going to tell you to stop. If you are posting off topic in the chat, I'm going to ask you to stop at some point because it's going to be distracting to what we're doing. I need you to think of yourself as in a classroom. And I'm not talking about an online classroom. I'm talking about a real-life classroom, okay? When you walk into a real-life classroom, I am the teacher, you are the students. You are sitting in the desk, I am sitting in the front of the classroom. I'm standing there teaching you what is going on. If you were in a real-life classroom, you wouldn't walk in, start throwing shit at the wall, yelling, saying, I disagree with you because my best friend said something different. That's not allowed. I don't care about your feelings. I'm not going to coddle your opinion. And that's going to be the way it is. And if you don't like it, you don't have to be here. But if you are in my classroom, you will respect my rules and you will listen to me. And if you do not do that, then you will be removed. And how you feel about being removed makes no difference to me at all. The expectation is if you're going to be here and you're going to be watching socialism with us and you're going to be participating in the chat, you are doing it because you are serious about learning this topic and understanding this topic. The minute that I think that you're just fucking around or you're trolling or something like that, you're going to get put in a timeout or permanently banned, and that's just going to be the way it is. Rule number 2, don't be a dick. Do not insult me. Do not insult other people in the chat. I can do whatever I want because I am the queen fascist bitch of my YouTube channel. So I can say and do whatever I want. But if you don't insult me and you don't insult other people in the chat, we're not going to have a problem. So be an adult, rein that shit in. Number 3, no whining. I don't care about your feelings. I don't care if you feel personally attacked. It makes no difference to me at all. And I promise you, I care about your feelings a little bit more than the left does. So if you can't handle me, you can't handle the left. If you start whining and complaining because you don't like the rules or you think you're being treated unfairly, you can just leave, bro. There's the door. You don't have to be here. Number 4, listen. Our job here and why we do Socialism Saturday is to listen to what the left is saying, to listen to what real leftists are doing in the real world. This is not to support your confirmation bias. This is not to support any conservative bullshit narrative that you may have heard on Glenn Beck that one time. This is not to be what you want it to be. This is to engage with reality. We need to listen, we need to actively listen, and we need to understand the left better than they understand themselves. That is the purpose of this exercise, okay? As part of that, I do ask that people refrain from debunking. You do not have a single debunk in your arsenal about the left is stupid because of reasons X, Y, B, and Z, or the left is her hypocrites for reasons X, Y, B, and Z. You don't have a single debunk that we haven't heard before, okay? And every time you put energy into debunking, that is energy that you're not putting into listening. So if I see you debunking, I'm going to tell you to stop because you need to put that energy into listening instead. Lastly, break the rules of my chat or disrespect me in any way, and I'll just kick you out, and that's the way it is. All right, thank you, Michael, for the other super sticker. I do appreciate it, guys. We are past our goal for super chats, but please feel free to send me money if you appreciate what I'm doing. Again, I am 100% funded by you guys, and I can't do it without you. We are going to be jumping right into our first presentation. This is from the Denver Communist. This is about a 3-year-old presentation. It is one of the best presentations that I've ever seen from any leftist talking about abolish the family and social reproduction theory, and so we are going to allow them to get into it and teach us what they believe about the family. No, we're going to start at the beginning, though. At the beginning, please, senor. No, the actual beginning. There we go.
All right, cool. So let's talk about social reproduction theory. Got a little slideshow for you. Inessa Armand, a Bolshevik who established the department of the department of the post-1917 Communist Party devoted to women's issues, made the following observation. If women's liberation is unthinkable without communism, then communism is unthinkable without women's liberation. Neither is possible without the other. For Marxists, gender and sexual liberation has never been viewed as only the concern of women, non-binary, and LGBTQ people, but the responsibility of all revolutionaries as central to liberatory struggle. Marx and Engels provided a skeleton of theory around gender oppression and social reproduction that Marxists have and continue to add flesh to. They stood for women's liberation from the start and understood it to be the core to the fight for socialism.
Okay, let's just pause there. Let's see who's been paying attention to other abolish the family stuff. Why do socialists believe that women's liberation is central? What did he say?
Understood it to be the core to the fight for socialism.
Why is women's liberation essential at the core of the fight for socialism? You can even see on the slide. If women's liberation is unthinkable without communism, then communism is unthinkable without women's liberation. Why is women's liberation, in their minds, at the core of the fight for communism or socialism? Feel free to chat in your answers if you have some guesses. Bot said because women are reproducing the workers for capitalism. Does anyone else have any thoughts? Because the gender binary and family supports capitalism, from H. Tom. Because women are put in the role of unpaid labor. Capitalists put women working in the house, so you must free them from labor. So they don't give birth to more capitalists. That's a really great way of putting it. Because women are workers without payment and they are lower in the hierarchy. Close. Capitalism did create the gender binary. Yep, that's true enough. Because women do the unpaid labor of childbirth and raising. Because they cannot get to their socialist utopia without first abolishing the oppressive gender binary of men and women. Capitalism is reproduced through the family. So lots of good answers there. I would say women's struggle is central to the patriarchy, Yeah, that's true, Janet. That's true. I would say probably the best answer of anyone, although there were lots of correct answers in there, is Coaster Trek's answer because it's so simple. The reason that women's liberation in their mind is core at the fight of socialism is that women give birth to more capitalists. If you are having a baby in the nuclear family, they consider the nuclear family to be a capitalist institution that is based on property relations, because the nuclear family is how we pass property down from parents to children. The nuclear family also, through the monogamous marriage, they believe that when you get married to someone monogamously, you become a form of property for that person. And so it's a form of property relations. And if you raise children within this environment of the monogamous nuclear family, that means you are teaching those children capitalist values, and they will reproduce capitalism through the manifestation of those values. Also, those children literally become the labor in the capitalist society that is exploited and oppressed by capitalism. All of this is called social reproduction theory. The idea of social reproduction theory, and you're going to hear them explain this, but I want to make sure people understand what we're getting into so that you know what to listen for. The idea of social reproduction theory is that social systems will reproduce themselves until they are disrupted in some way. The nuclear family exists as an extension of capitalism. That means the nuclear family, as long as it exists, will continue to reproduce capitalism, and they can't overthrow capitalism until they overthrow the nuclear family. That is why they are saying women's liberation is at the forefront of the fight for socialism, because they believe women need to be liberated from the nuclear family so they don't get sucked into the system of reproducing capitalist workers. Does anyone have questions about any of what I just said? This makes no difference at all. It doesn't matter. That's not part of it. Good try though. Good try. All right, let's keep going.
In the Marxist analysis, of primary importance is how humans interact with nature and each other to make the things we need and want. That's economics, how we plan, cooperate, and organize ourselves to produce stuff. We consider that most fundamental to human society, how we get by, how we make things, and the social relations involved in making things. We call those the relations of production, how humans organize to produce and reproduce their means of life. Most importantly, who controls that process and who produces a surplus. The dominant ideas and institutions of society, like government, law, religion, morality, and culture, arise from and enshrine the relations of production. The way things are becomes the way things should be, must be, and have always been. There's one fight, one struggle, one fight, because all of our social problems share a common root in the mode of production, capitalism.
Oh, there it is, right off the bat. All of our social problems share a common root, capitalism, and you're even seeing it right on the slide. It's a great slide, isn't it? Excellent slide. Very descriptive.
Root in the mode of production, capitalism. Under capitalism, human labor power is focused on making commodities to be sold for profit. Labor power itself is commodified in the process, and it is the only commodity that is produced outside of the circuit of commodity production.
Okay, here is where they're going to say that future labor, future capitalist workers are created in the family.
Under capitalism, human labor power is focused on making commodities to be sold for profit. Labor power itself is commodified in the process, and it is the only commodity that is produced outside of the circuit of commodity production. Marxist social reproduction theorist Titi Bhattacharya says, if labor power produces value, how is labor power itself produced? If labor produces all wealth, who produces the laborer?
So you're hearing how socialists talk about the family and kids now, right? If labor power produces value, how is labor power produced? What do they mean when they say labor power? They mean the worker. So when they're saying, if workers produce value, how is the worker itself produced? By having kids in the nuclear family.
What kind of processes enable the worker to arrive at the doors of her workplace every day so that she can produce the wealth of society? Many of these processes happen inside the home: eating, sleeping, relaxing, emotional care, play, study, etc. The home is a primary location for social reproduction, but many happen outside of it: education, healthcare, transportation, recreation, shopping, etc. This is the focus of social reproduction theory. The paid and unpaid activities necessary to create, maintain, and restore the commodity of labor power.
Okay, we're gonna go back over that. So it's not okay for capitalists. No. You're not listening to what is being said. You're not listening to what is being said. They're not saying that only communists can have kids. They're not saying that capitalists can't have kids. They are saying the nuclear family as an institution is where capitalism is reproduced. If you are a communist and you are having children within the confines of a nuclear family, and you are raising kids to believe that the nuclear family is the building block of society and a good thing, then you are reproducing capitalist values because you are raising capitalist children. It's not about who is the person giving birth. It's about the institution that you are raising them in. Do you have questions about that? Does anyone have questions about this? I want to make sure people understand this. If you do not have questions about it, please let me know you're okay in the chat. If you do have questions about it, please ask. But they're not making the argument for eugenics. And we need to be very clear about that. They are very anti-eugenics. They do entire presentations on this. Okay. I'm seeing a couple people say they're okay in the chat. Are you actually okay? Do you get it? I'm trying to make sure you're understanding this. It's okay to ask questions if you don't understand it. Let's go back and listen to what he just said again.
Theory. The paid and unpaid activities necessary to create, maintain, and restore the commodity of labor power.
Okay, so social reproduction theory is about creating and restoring the commodity of labor power. Labor power means worker. Social reproduction theory means having kids in the nuclear family to raise them with capitalist values so they become the labor power. So children raised with socialist values are good, but children raised in a nuclear family, yes. Yeah, that's exactly right. Because they cannot create a socialist world without abolishing the nuclear family, because the nuclear family will always be antithetical to the socialist world that they're trying to create. So if you're raising kids in a polyamorous queer environment where you have like multiple couples living in the same house and everyone's raising the kids and you're not teaching the kids to be part of the proletariat, the oppressed proletariat, that's fine. They are not opposed to having kids. Many socialists do have kids. Many of the socialist activists that I've interacted with are second or third generation socialists. They are not opposed to having kids. They are not aborting all their babies. Anyone who tells you that is lying. There are literally entire socialist childcare programs where they have childcare at all their meetings, so they bring their kids to their socialist meetings really young, and they have whole childcare programs where they play games with the kids to teach them how to be good socialists and stuff like that. It's not about the children. It is about whether or not they are teaching those children to uphold capitalist values. Is this their motivation for trying to control the education system? Well, I mean, you control the education system, you control the future. This isn't their only motivation, but I mean, if you control the education system, you control the culture, essentially. That's their motivation for controlling the education system. No, it would not be fair. No, that's not accurate. Stop trying to put a bullshit conservative spin on this, bro. That is not accurate. As I have already said, The far left explicitly denounces eugenics. I've seen presentations about it. I've seen them freak out about it at conferences. It is not fair to call this social eugenics. You need to call it what it is. Don't invent words for things that already have words defining them. This is abolish the family queer Marxism. You don't need to create a word that no one understands to describe a problem that already has a name. Abolish the family queer Marxism. That's what this is.
We can delineate production and reproduction in various ways, but they cannot be fully severed from each other. Capitalism relies on both the labor used to produce commodities and the labor used to produce people.
Capitalism relies on the labor to produce commodities, so things you go and buy in the store, and it also relies on the labor to produce people, literally giving birth to children. So capitalism relies on both those things. The commodities are the economic model of capitalism. The people is the cultural model of capitalism. Okay? When the left says control the means of production, they don't just mean the factories. The factories is the economic model. They also mean the people, the cultural model. To the left, capitalism is both economic, the stuff you buy in the store, and the people controlling the culture. Okay? They're two different things. They believe men in the workplace, in the patriarchy, produce the economic model of capitalism. They believe women in the home, doing the unpaid labor of giving birth to the next generation of proletarian workers, produce the cultural model of capitalism. It relies on both. Does everyone understand this? Please say yes in the chat if you understand that capitalism is both a social and cultural model, and that what he just said, and we'll listen to it again, capitalism relies on the economic production of commodities and the cultural production of labor.
Capitalism relies on both the labor used to produce commodities and the labor used to produce people. It integrates both profit-making and life-making into a single unitary system.
It integrates both profit-making, commodities, and life-making, people, into a single system. That's the two parts of capitalism to the left. Commodities, economic model, people, cultural model. Again.
And the labor used to produce people. Capitalism relies on both the labor used to produce commodities and the labor used to produce people. It integrates both profit-making and life-making into a single unitary system. Marxists locate the source of gender oppression in the role of the working class family as a reproducer of labor power for capitalism, and in women's unequal role inside it.
Okay, so women have an unequal role inside the nuclear family because the left believes they are doing the unpaid labor of producing the labor power, the children, for the capitalist model. Women are not paid to do this. They also believe that because of the propertied relations of marriage, women get trapped in the propertied relations and they need to be liberated from both the institution of marriage itself, but also the obligation to do the unpaid labor of having kids. Listen again.
Under oppression in the role of the working class family as a reproducer of labor power for capitalism, and in women's unequal role inside it. And not just women, but gender nonconforming and LGBTQ people as well, as gender and sexual oppression affects all. Capitalism offloads social reproduction onto the working class by tasking women primarily with the reproduction, maintenance, and regeneration of the workforce, often while also performing.
Capitalism tasks women with the regeneration of the workforce, having kids to replenish the workforce.
Onto the working class by tasking women primarily with the reproduction, maintenance, and regeneration of the workforce, often while also performing waged labor. Unpaid, typically feminized caregiving labor is vital to the functioning of capitalism, which privatizes and atomizes the labor and the costs associated with raising, nurturing, and maintaining workers.
The nuclear family, they believe, is the privatization of the labor necessary to produce the workers under capitalism, because the nuclear family is the privatized model that allows for wealth to be maintained privately rather than available to the collective. If you have questions at any point, please ask them.
Which privatizes and atomizes the labor and the costs associated with raising, nurturing, and maintaining workers. This is why the liberation of women and gender nonconforming people is predicated upon the overthrow of capitalism and its replacement with socialism.
Hang on. Just out of curiosity, would there be an argument if the government decided to pay women for the labor of birthing and having babies? No. Well, okay, so that is something they actually talk about. That's where do you think UBI comes from? That is something they actually talk about, but again, Pamela, you have to really understand this. The institution of marriage itself is considered capitalism. The state sanctioning the institution of marriage is double capitalism, because the United States government is itself considered to be a capitalist institution. Marriage is also a capitalist institution within the United States government because it's sanctioned by the government. So what you're talking about in their minds is you're paying women to do a job in terms of having and raising kids, which they do believe that people should get paid for their work in the capitalist model. So they're not opposed to the idea of paying women to have kids. But what you have to understand is that is not going to solve the problem, because the problem is not whether women are paid to have kids. The problem is with the institution of marriage itself. Queer Marxists are against all marriage. In the Mary Nardini Gang book that I'm working on, Be Gay, Do Crime, The True Story of Militant Queer Activism in the Mary Nardini Gang, which is going to be coming out in a couple months, I delve extensively into how queer Marxists were opposed to gay marriage. Queer Marxists were completely 100% against gay marriage. There was a schism in the LGBTQ activism space in the 90s where your traditional kind of like gay rights organizations like the Human Rights Campaign and things like that, the more progressive organizations, they were in favor of gay marriage. This is where they put all their resources. The queer Marxists were vehemently against this. They never wanted gay marriage to be a thing. Why did they never want gay marriage to be a thing? Because gay marriage would force gay people who they considered to be rightfully theirs as being oppressed into the capitalist institution of marriage. So yes, they are against all marriage. It's not just straight marriage. You might hear them say heteronormative. That doesn't mean what you think it means. It means all marriage.
Nancy Fraser said, a Marxist social reproduction theorist, capitalist societies have separated the work of social reproduction from that of economic production, associating the first with women and the second with men, primarily. They have remunerated reproductive activities in the coin of love and virtue, while compensating productive work in that of money.
Green-eyed lady says, so yes, they're against monogamy. Monogamy is a privatized institution in which you make someone else your property. So yeah, you're right about that. Question under socialism, how do they replace the workforce if not women giving birth? Aha! Aha! I'll show you. I'll show you. We're going to go over to my Queer Marxism Project Twitter account. And I'm going to show you a clip that I posted earlier on the Queer Marxism Project Twitter account, which will explain this explicitly. How does socialism work if the workforce is not giving birth to children? Here you go.
Status to, but I would love one day to see the queer gestational commune in which biobags of some kind enabled gestators to pause, share, transfer, redistribute, temporarily walk away from pregnancies. I would love to see these technologies help denaturalize motherhood and liberate those with uteruses from the imperative to gestate. This would require the expropriation of the means of safer obstetrics and maximally assisted reproduction, currently monopolized by capitalism's elite. Like Firestone, I have to believe we can do it, and I hope we will know what it's like to manufacture our children with the help of some kind of wet tech, enabling a form of common gestational touch that inflicts no more harm to a fetus's many parents that we can collectively accept. Okay, I will now shift gears a bit and turn my...
Oh, thank you, Sophie. That's enough. That's enough. That's enough for right now. I want you to listen to how Sophie describes this. Ignore the sneaking into the hospital part. Like, I want you to actually just listen to how Sophie describes it.
Life in Marge Piercy's fictional city, Mattapoisett. This vision of a way of manufacturing fetuses external to the human body, a sort of post-gender mode of reproduction, facilitated by a central liquid tank or brooder, with all subsequent baby making and parenting labor diffused across all of society.
So they're talking about degendering reproduction, right? So you might be thinking, as is a criticism that I often get, Carlin, is this just one crazy person on the internet? Is it how many people have actually seen this? Okay, how many people? Okay, well, let me show you. Let me show you. I covered this on the Substack back in September. This is a paper that was published via the Harvard Kennedy School of Government in the student journal of the Harvard Kennedy School of Government. Harvard paper suggests all children born in artificial wombs for gender equity. This is not just one crazy person. This is queer Marxism. This is queer anarcho-communism. And they're literally publishing these papers at Harvard in the, hang on, let me make this bigger so you guys can see it, in the Student Policy Review, which is something that is actually read, okay? This is not an insignificant thing. Transhumanism, the idea of overcoming biological limitations with sophisticated technology, envisions a world where medical technology advances to achieve universal fertilization and for fetuses to develop outside of wombs, completely decoupling gender and reproductive labor. Modern fertility technology already allows for some decoupling, but gendered reproductive labor divisions and biological limitations remain. This was literally published by Harvard not too long ago. You can actually find the link right here, the link to the article, and I will share this tab. It is called How to Abolish Gender. It was published on July 25th, 2021. This is not just one crazy person. It's just not. This is on Harvard's website right effing now. So, okay, everyone understand? Everyone understand? Everyone understand? Liberty Jack says, so why have women give birth when we can just mass produce workers? That's literally the argument they're making, bro. You are literally making their argument for them. That is literally what they're saying. They don't want women to have to be responsible to give birth. When they're talking about liberating women, they're talking about liberating women from the responsibility of giving birth by decoupling reproduction from gender, by manufacturing, the word Sophie used, children in biobags and growing them outside of the womb. So that's literally what they're saying. So eventually we become mindless, genderless worker bees. Yes. You're doing a great job of making their argument for them. This is literally their argument. They want to abolish all gender. If you don't believe that they want to abolish all gender, what I want you to do is I want you to go over to my Substack. This is Carlyn, KARLYN.substack.com, and I want you to go to the book club link at the top. This is the Counter-Revolutionary Book Club. We just did a massive 4-part series on something called Against the Gendered Nightmare as part of the Counter-Revolutionary Book Club. This is where we are reading all of their queer and gender documents, and you can find back archives of the podcast over there. It's also on Apple Podcasts and on Spotify. But click into this dystopian documents queer and gender activists are reading. We just finished reading Against the Gendered Nightmare, which literally says they want to abolish all gender many, many, many times over. The entire document is about the fact that they want to abolish all gender. We are about to start reading the Gender Accelerationist Manifesto. Guess what that's about? That's about the acceleration of abolishing all gender. We are then going to read Queering Anarchism. That's going to be, we're going to get into gender nihilism. Gender nihilism is what comes after they abolish all gender, when not only do they abolish all gender, they also abolish all categories of everything. Gender nihilism. Beyond negativity, what comes after gender nihilism. So yes, they want to create a genderless society in which women no longer give birth to children. All children are manufactured outside of the nuclear family because the nuclear family is the reproduction mechanism for capitalism. And they write about it all the time. And this is a small little slice. The documents that I put in here for us to read first for the Counter-Revolutionary Book Club, it is a teeny, tiny, microscopic slice of the amount of these documents that exist that you've never heard about because the conservatives don't cover them and they don't talk about them and they don't even know they exist. But this is the stuff that is driving queer and gender activism. These are the most influential documents that they read, and they're saying it explicitly over and over and over and over and over again. In doing so, do they also think they could select gender? No. Why would they want to select gender? They want to abolish gender. They don't give a flying fuck about gender. Guys, they don't care about men. They don't care about women. They want men and women to go away. There is no reality in which you're ever going to hear a queer Marxist say, gee, I really want to select the gender during conception. They don't care. They want men and women to go away entirely. This is not about men. This is not about women. It's not about creating a society of all women. It's not about destroying all men. It's never been about that. That's a bullshit conservative interpretation. It's the abolition of all gender. All gender means all gender, okay? Does anyone have any questions? I'm looking especially at people who might be newer. Does anyone have any questions? It's not about androgyny, Pamela. It's about non-binary. Non-binary. They, thems. Non-binary. Non-binary means no binary. They don't want the combination of men and women because that still necessitates gender. They want non-binary. No binary. No men, no women. Androgyny is the combination. We've got Silver Charm over on Rumble saying, then who owns the children? No one owns the children. The left believes that parental rights are a form of private property under capitalism, and they will abolish all parental rights because parental rights are a form of private property that will be abolished when they usher in Marxism. So no one will own the children. No one. The community. It's okay, Pamela. It's totally fine. I've been encouraging you guys to ask questions. What I don't want is for you guys to feel bad when I correct you or when I say, no, that's not, I'm not intending to make you feel bad or guilty, because a lot of people who come to my content from the conservative right, they don't know this stuff because you've never been taught this stuff, because quite frankly, your influencers suck. They suck. That's not your fault. That's their fault. The influencers on the conservative right have completely and totally failed their audience. They have failed to teach them any of what the left believes. That's not your fault, okay? So don't feel bad if I correct you. We've all been there. Like, literally, we've all been there. How does sex work in this framework without men and women? Well, non-binary people still have genitals. Non-binary people can still have sex. They're not saying no sex. Although there are a bunch of them that are asexual, like asexuality is a very big thing on the left, but they're not saying don't have sex. You still have genitals, you can still get off. Hang on. How come it seems to only be me that covers this? Why don't any conservatives know about this? Do you want me to bring you back a couple of years when I wasted all of my time trying to inform conservative influencers about this, and I wasted so much time? I sent them all this stuff. I have sent this to like all the media outlets, all this stuff that we've been watching for years, and they don't care and they don't look at it. So it's not that they can't. It's not that they haven't been informed. It's that they don't fucking look. So... because they're interested in owning the libs. They're not interested in the truth. I've always sent this stuff to everyone. Let's see, I'm just scrolling through the chat. Yeah, they don't listen. Yeah, they don't listen. They don't listen. They don't listen and they don't care, and all they care about is what's going to get them clout and money on Twitter and clicks and status and invited to the White House. That's all they care about. All right, let's get back into it. Thank you for allowing me to do that little detour. Yeah, generally speaking, if you are talking to someone who thinks that progressives and liberals and Democrats are communists and socialists, stop listening to that person immediately. Literally every single person who says Democrats are communists or like, you know, liberals are communists, progressives are communists, whatever, none of them know what they're talking about, because these people denounce them like all the time. Anyway, let's get back into our presentation. Let me get the sound set up. We're only 5 minutes into this presentation. This is why this presentation's so great, because it's just like boom, 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 point, 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 point.
And back to Titi Bhattacharya. Because capitalism is a thing-making system, not a life-making system, these activities and these workers are severely undervalued. Social reproductive workers are the worst paid. They are the first to go. They face constant sexual harassment and often direct violence. The function of the working class family is to provide the system with workers. There's two other ways that the system gets workers: through slavery and immigration. This means not only making babies, raising and educating them to be good workers, but replenishing existing workers on a daily basis by providing them with food, clothing, shelter, recreation, sleep, etc. Rather than being collectivized, socialized, and borne by the state or the capitalist class directly, these tasks have been individualized, privatized, and dumped onto workers themselves. Gender oppression did not exist in pre-class societies and only developed as societies became divided into classes. Contemporary archaeology...
Okay, so he's saying that gender oppression did not exist before capitalism. It was through the advent of capitalism that women became oppressed in the patriarchy because capitalism socially constructed the roles of men and women. The reason they want to abolish all gender is because they believe that capitalism created these fake socially constructed roles, one called man and one called woman. The man is in the workplace, the woman is in the home. That therefore capitalism created the gender binary, which created the gender oppression.
And anthropology have validated these key arguments made by Engels almost 140 years ago in The Origin of the Family, Private Property, and the State. Early human societies were classless and egalitarian. Marx and Engels called these hunter-gatherer and horticultural economies primitive communism. Women were able to combine parenting and productive labor in the home, as there was no strict demarcation between productive and reproductive activities. Labor was divided by gender, but because women were central to production, systemic gender oppression was non-existent. Class society changed that. Everywhere settled agriculture emerged, so did classes and class conflict.
Okay, everywhere settled agriculture emerged, so did classes and class conflict. What is he talking about there? When he says settled agriculture, what is he talking about? Julian in with the win, the farmers. The farmers. Because the farmers privatized the land by creating farms on the land, and then they farmed it in order to create privatized wealth within the nuclear family. Yup, the farmers, the farmers, the farmers, the agriculturalists. Okay, so what he just said is BS. No, maybe, no. Resist this urge. I know exactly what's going on, bro. I know exactly. Maybe we can find some medium between owning the libs and informing people. No, you can't. No, you can't. No, you can't. And the reason that I say that you cannot find the happy medium between owning the libs and informing people is because when you try, this is like conservatives saying we can walk and chew gum at the same time. No, you can't. There is literally no evidence, because as soon as you start owning the libs, all people care about is owning the libs. This is why we do not debunk them. It makes no difference to debunk them. They do not fucking listen when you debunk them. There is no universe in which debunking them is ever going to change anything. So we need to stop doing it, because the minute that you stop doing it, all the conservatives want to do is own the libs and go, they're all mentally ill. And that's all they say and all they do, and there is no getting around it. And I know you mean well. I really do. I used to agree with you. There was a time in the before times when I actually believed that the right cared about these problems. I no longer believe the right actually cares. They just want to dunk on the lips. Hey, Tony, just like I go to Nick Fuentes for listening to the Zionist infiltration of our institutions, I go to Carlin for understanding the far left and their own agenda. Let me get a screenshot. Oh, shoot. Where'd my monitor go? Oh no, I hit the wrong button. Hit the wrong button. Thank you, I appreciate it. Let's update the super chat total. I've got all sorts of knitting supplies all over my keyboard. That's why I keep messing up. All right, let me look at, let's see if there are questions. Thank you. Thank you, Diego. I appreciate you. Hang on. I don't recognize you, so I'll take your question. So do you think that the nuclear family was domesticated similar? What I think doesn't matter. Are you under the impression that I'm a socialist? We use women to produce babies like cattle are used for Well, yeah, I mean, essentially what you are articulating is what socialists believe. If you are under the impression that I'm a socialist or that people in my chat are socialists, that's going to be mistaken on your part. But you are correct that socialists believe that we use women to produce babies like cattle are produced like calves for profit. Yes, that is what they believe. Yeah, that's actually a really good way to put it. So someone just has to be on the right and you can set your watch by proving them useless? Yes. Yes. Yeah. Almost always. And believe me, bro, I wish that wasn't the case. I really wish that. You have no idea how much I beat my own head against the wall for years trying to get the right to actually engage with this type of information in a responsible and adult manner. You have no idea. You have no idea the extent that I tried. They don't fucking listen. That's not to say that there are no conservatives who listen. I have conservatives on my channel. I have conservatives funding my work. I appreciate them. I appreciate the people who show up and listen. But insofar as the influencers, none of them fucking understand this. Or I shouldn't say none. Very, very few of them understand this, and very, very few of them have any inclination for it at all. And probably like 95% of conservatives will never engage with this content at all because it doesn't feed their confirmation bias and give them the material to dunk on the libs. All right. Let's keep going, guys. If you want more people to see this content, hang on. While we're on the topic of influencers, before we continue, if you want people to actually cover this content and engage with this content, make sure you follow me on Twitter. Make sure you share my content in their replies on Twitter. I post clips all the time. I post clips on my Twitter account, which is at Dr. Carlin B. I post clips on the Better Discourses Twitter account. I'm posting clips now on the Queer Marxism Twitter account. I have a whole Twitter community on my profile. It's called the Unwoke Army, where I post clips again in there. Like, if you guys want people to see this stuff, we all have to work together to share this content. It can't just be me, okay? If you want to get added to a private DM group that I have where I make sure people have links when I post new content, just send me a DM on Twitter. Say, Carlin, add me to the group chat and I'll help share your content. And we can all share it out there. But like, you guys have to be the one to get in the faces of the influencers who aren't covering this. Like I said, I tried for literally years and I couldn't get them to look at it. So maybe if more people talk about it and share it with them and say, why the F aren't you covering this, asshole? Maybe they would. I don't know. I mean, it seems to be like Twitter seems to be the only thing these people actually respond to. And I'm in a place right now where for me, I'm just creating the content and I'm putting the content out there. And if people show up, they show up. And if they don't show up, I can't control that. And I'm focusing on what I do. But if you guys want this out there, I would never say no to helping to share this content and getting more eyes on it, because I do actually think that this is really important. Okay? So if you want it done, you got to participate.
Thousands of years ago, from the Fertile Crescent to Mesoamerica and many places in between, the plow and advances in irrigation enabled societies to grow more food than they needed, the first surpluses. Tiny idle classes came to dominate the surpluses, produced by massive laboring classes. This is also when the first cops appear, the first defenders of wealth that isn't theirs.
Ha!
With class society, the family as we know it began to take form. The specific form of the family has varied in accordance with the mode of production. Just as gender roles are socially and not naturally constructed, the family is a social institution, not a biological necessity or an eternal form.
Oh, that just said it all right there, didn't it? Just as gender roles are socially constructed, they're socially constructed by capitalism. We've already talked about that. Gender roles are not naturally constructed. The family is a social institution, not a biological necessity or an eternal form. So just like the left believes that capitalism created the gender binary of men and women, they also believe that in the creation of the gender binary of men and women, it artificially created the nuclear family. They believe there was a time before the nuclear family existed in terms of a place, an institution that is responsible for privatizing wealth. That time would be indigenous cultures where everything was collectivized, the land was collectivized, the food was collectivized, all this stuff, this fantasy they have in their head that probably never really existed. But what they're saying is there was the nuclear family is an artificially created institution.
Settled agricultural societies were needed, settled agricultural societies needed women to bear more children to help out in the fields. And organizing into family groups enabled ownership and inheritance to be established. Class society also brought a shift toward patrilineage and men as heads of household, which Engels called, quote, the world historic defeat of the female sex. Marxism, unlike patriarchy theory, recognizes that class society also brought the subordination of most men to a tiny minority.
How did it do that? Pop quiz for the chat. He just said Marxism acknowledges that classism brought the subordination of most men to a few. Listen again, and I want you to think about why is he saying this?
Of the female sex. Marxism, unlike patriarchy theory, recognizes that class society also brought the subordination of most men to a tiny minority.
What does that mean? So we've already talked about how they believe that women need to be liberated from the nuclear family, but now he's saying that capitalism doesn't just oppress women in this nuclear family thing. Capitalism also subordinates most men to a very small group of men. What is he talking about? It made them workers. It made them workers that are oppressed under capitalism. So they're saying this is not just oppressive to women. This is oppressive to everyone except the people at the very, very tippy top. Exactly. Workers over property owners. Exactly. Exactly. You guys got it.
As production for exchange overtook production for use, work and home became separate spaces. Women were predominantly relegated to social reproduction and left out of the, quote, productive, profit-making economy. Under these conditions, sexual division of labor eroded sexual equality. The nuclear family is the engine of social reproduction.
There it is.
To maintain the family's supply of cheap, readily available labor power, gender, sex, and sexuality must be policed. Misogynist, homophobic, and transphobic ideas reflect and reinforce capitalist social arrangements. As Marx wrote, it's not the consciousness of men that determines their existence, but their social existence that determines their consciousness. Monogamy, intended for women only, ensures that private property passes only to, quote, legitimate heirs.
We talked earlier about how they view monogamy, the monogamous nuclear family, the monogamous relationship, as a form of property ownership. Now they're telling you that. They're saying that monogamy creates this institution where you are passing private property from parents to children. They also, and I don't remember if they say this explicitly, they also believe that when a woman or a man, I mean, they view it regardless of what the gender is, but they view it when you get into a monogamous relationship, you become the property of another person. Is the socialist dislike of separation of work and home part of what fuels the work from... No, what fuels the work from home stuff was actually the pandemic. Like, work from home has always been a thing, and actually, like, there are times when work from home can actually be really productive. The pandemic kind of screwed everything up, though, because everything became work from home overnight, and a lot of people just stopped doing their job. Because there's a proper way to do work from home and not and to have it actually be productive, and not a lot of places did that. So I wouldn't say it's this, though. That's not the reason. Yeah, I can't control the spelling in the automatic subtitles, guys. That is above my pay grade.
Subsequently, moral rules formed to preserve monogamy. What might happen to the family under communism? Engels said communist society will transform the relations between the sexes into a purely private matter which only concerns the persons involved and into which society has no occasion to intervene. It can do this since it does away with private property and educates children on a communal basis, and in this way removes the two bases of traditional marriage, the dependence rooted in private property of the woman on the man and of the children on the parents.
So communism removes the basis of traditional marriage because it removes the propertied relations. It removes the propertied relations of women and men when they enter into a monogamous relationship, and it removes the propertied relations of passing property, private property from parent to child that exists between parent and children. It also would remove parental rights because they're saying that everyone would be educated in a communal way, which is going to be interpreted as parental rights being a form of private property that would be eliminated under communism. Yeah.
To which society has no occasion to intervene. It can do this since it does away with private property and educates children on a communal basis, and in this way removes the two bases of traditional marriage, the dependence rooted in private property of the woman on the man and of the children on the parents. After the 1917 revolution, the Bolsheviks enacted legislation that gave women the right to vote and to hold public office, the right to divorce on demand, free abortion on demand, and paid maternity leave for 4 months before and after childbirth. They abolished the concept of illegitimacy. They repealed all laws criminalizing homosexuality, along with other laws regulating sexuality. Most of these gains were later reversed under Stalin.
These people don't like
But as
Stalin.
Lenin wrote in 1919, quote, "Laws are not enough, and we are by no means content with mere decrees." The Bolsheviks recognized that a precondition for women's liberation was an end to their unpaid labor inside the family. So the revolutionary government launched a direct attack on the family by socializing social reproductive work. Trotsky writes, "The revolution made a heroic effort to destroy the so-called family hearth, that archaic, stuffy, and stagnant institution in which the woman of the toiling classes performs galley labor from childhood to death. The place of the family as a shut-in, petty enterprise was to be occupied, according to the plans, by a finished system of social care and accommodation."
I'm just letting this play because I'm making the assumption that if you've been here for the stream and you've been paying attention and listening, you understand what all this stuff means because we've already covered it earlier in the stream. But if you have questions, please ask them.
Maternity houses, creches, which are nurseries, kindergartens, schools. I had to look it up, so may as well pass it on to y'all. Social dining rooms, social laundries, first aid stations, hospitals, sanatoria, athletic organizations, moving picture theaters, etc. The complete absorption of the housekeeping functions of the family by institutions of the socialist society, uniting all generations in solidarity and mutual aid, was to bring woman, and thereby to the loving couple, a real liberation from the 1,000-year-old fetters. The Bolsheviks understood that a victorious social revolution was the beginning, not the end, of the struggle to win women's liberation. Old customs and attitudes, the muck of ages, don't change overnight. New generations must grow up without the ideological baggage perpetuated by class society. But more importantly, backward ideas cannot change unless the backward social practices that produce and continuously reproduce them change. Marxism gets accused of being class reductionist, of focusing on class at the expense of race and gender, of favoring struggles against exploitation over struggles against oppression. First of all, the socialist tradition is littered with chauvinists and mechanical thinkers who underrate, oversimplify, and relegate oppression to a side issue, independent of class struggle. Some say socialists should only raise gender and race blind, class-wide demands that appeal to the lowest common denominator. Some look to wealth redistribution as the solution. We have to fight these types at every turn. It is our responsibility as socialists to take up the demands of the oppressed and to demonstrate their oneness with the demands of the exploited. Since gender and sexual liberation has not been achieved in Stalinist and social democratic states, those who defend them as socialists have led to some to question whether socialism can actually liberate women, gender nonconforming, and LGBTQ people. Some have concluded that feminism needs to be added on to Marxism, and that there are two fundamental structures in society, capitalism and patriarchy. This has caused great confusion. Women's oppression does predate capitalism, but was handed down by previous forms of class society. An Australian Marxist from Socialist Alternatives, Sandra Bloodworth, says, if working class men are part of the patriarchy, how then can the working class unite to overthrow capitalism? This also leads to the idea that working class women must have to fight alongside the women who exploit them. By contrast, Marxism holds that women's oppression, gender oppression, sexual oppression, I've been kind of using those somewhat interchangeably. Marxism holds that gender oppression cannot be separated out from a general class analysis of society. Bolshevik Alexandra Kollontai said, the followers of historical materialism, another name for Marxism, basically, reject the existence of a special woman question separate from the general social question of our day. And Paul D'Amato wrote, Marxism seeks not to separate exploitation and oppression, but to show how they're connected and how the solution to one cannot be separated from the solution to the other. Socialism is not only a theory of the liberation of the working class, it is a theory of the liberation of the working class as the foundation for the liberation of all humanity. And not only from class exploitation, but from all forms of oppression. The class reductionist caricature of Marxism, which comes from critics and self-identified Marxists alike, is based on a misunderstanding of the primacy that Marx places on class. When Marxists say that something is a class issue, we don't mean that it's an issue of how much money a person earns or has, but that it results from social arrangements based on exploitation and class domination.
Okay, this is important. This is not a specific abolish the family thing, but it is important to understand that, like, when socialists and communists are talking about something being a class issue, they're not necessarily saying all rich people do this, all poor people do this. What they're talking about is the system of capitalism. They're talking about the system in which some people own more private property than others. It is critical that people understand this, because a lot of times people think that communists and socialists are talking about things that they're not talking about, because they don't realize that communists and socialists are always talking about a system level of analysis. They're not talking about you personally going to the store and buying stuff. They're talking about a system in which a store that would sell people something would even exist in the first place. They're not talking about you personally having white skin or black skin. They're talking about a system in which people who have white skin are typically treated differently than people who have black skin. They're talking about when they don't care if you are a man or a woman. They're talking about the system in which men, in their minds, might serve different roles than a woman would serve based on some made-up category that they believe capitalism created. It is always a system-level analysis. It's always a bigger picture analysis. I hope people understand that. If you don't, feel free to ask in the chat. Roslyn, thank you for the super chat. How's going the knitting? I'm putting a border on my mystery shawl. And then I have to figure out what I want to knit next, Roslyn. And I think I'm going to do a tonal black on black sort of shawl that I'm really excited about. That'll have like some nice texture or something. But it's going to be very, very tonal, very like dark grays and blacks, and it's not going to be like, I've got like white and purple in this one. It's not going to be like that. It's going to be a little bit different this time. Thank you.
This can't be resolved via more equitable distribution. It must be resolved through a struggle for power.
You don't say.
A class analysis of oppression doesn't diminish it or dismiss it, but emphasizes its severity by revealing that it goes all the way to the root. Gregory Meyerson, another Marxist theorist, said, "The primacy of class puts the fight against racism and sexism at the center. The intelligibility of this position is rooted in the explanatory primacy of class analysis for understanding the structural determinants of race, gender, and class oppression. Oppression is multiple and intersecting, but its causes are not." Marxism has historically focused more on the mode and relations of production than on the mode and relations of reproduction. Social reproduction theory aims to resolve that. Bhattacharya says, social reproduction theory represents an effort to develop Marx's labor theory of value in a specific direction. It's primarily concerned with understanding how categories of oppression, such as gender, race, and ableism, are co-produced in simultaneity with the production of surplus value. Oppression is theorized as structurally relational to and hence shaped by capitalist production, rather than on the margins of analysis or in addition to a deeper and more vital economic process. So where do we go from here? What conclusions should Marxists draw from this understanding of social reproduction theory and gender oppression? Let's look at an often cited quote from Lenin's vital 1902 pamphlet, What is to be Done? Lenin said, "The socialist ideal should be the tribune of the people who is able to react to every manifestation of tyranny and oppression, no matter where it appears, no matter what stratum or class of people it affects, who is able to generalize all these manifestations and produce a single picture of police violence and capitalist exploitation, in order to clarify for all and everyone the world historic significance of the struggle for the emancipation of the proletariat." So I want to break this down a little bit. So every manifestation of tyranny and oppression. Socialists must be the most intransigent fighters against oppression, and the first to show that the fight against oppression is integral to the fight for socialism. This puts us at odds with the economist and workerist trends that narrowly focus on economic struggles and workplace organizing. Marxists consider not only the oppressed, but all members of the working class to be revolutionary agents with a material interest in fighting oppression and exploitation, and a historic responsibility to do so. This puts us at odds with separatists and postmodernists who want each section of the class to, quote, stay in its lane and confront its oppression in isolation.
Hey, I love these types of super chats. Hang on. Oh, postcard. You think you see yet? We're just getting started. I was blind, but now I see. Hang around for a little while. You'll see a lot more. I do appreciate the sentiment, though, and I absolutely appreciate the super chat. I love it when people wake up and they start understanding this stuff. It's slightly terrifying when you do it, but this is real. Right in front of you. Right now. We're almost done this presentation. We're going to watch another presentation after this. Different person.
Class it affects. I take this to mean that we must oppose the oppression experienced by members of other classes as well. This means recognizing the progressive kernel in bourgeois feminism, for instance. To generalize to produce a single picture of capitalist exploitation.
Appreciate it.
This is back to the one struggle, one fight theme. We must consider the totality of society. We must demonstrate that production and reproduction, oppression and exploitation are irretrievably intertwined. And the significance of proletarian emancipation. Nothing less will do. As Kollontai said, Women can become truly free and equal only in a world organized along new social and productive lines. We need a more expansive understanding of what constitutes class struggle. As our comrade Jonathan Cunningham has provocatively asserted, Black Lives Matter is a labor movement.
Black Lives Matter is a labor movement.
And back to Bhattacharya, who said, spaces of production of value at the point of production in the workplace, and spaces for reproduction of labor power in the home, and etc., may be separate in a strictly spatial sense, but they are actually united in the theoretical and operational senses. Reproduction, in short, is therefore a site of class conflict.
Okay, again, you're hearing this theme again that we talked about earlier, where there is two different sides of capitalism according to the left. There's the economic model of capitalism, the workplace, the stores where you go and buy stuff, and then there is the cultural model of capitalism that starts in the nuclear family with the birthing of the children. Okay? So you're hearing them say again, there are these two different aspects of it, but it's all under the same auspices of class struggle. It's just from two different directions. Let's listen to that again. Tayton, thanks for the super chat. Surely that you have to be responsible one who goes through this work year over year. Yeah. It's always me. No one else wants to do it. I'll do it. Fine. I appreciate you, Tayton. Thanks so much for dropping by. Sorry. That's what you meant, sorry? I was like, sorry, what's going on there? Sorry that you have to be responsible. Well, listen, man, I love watching this stuff. This stuff is crazy.
And back to Bhattacharya, who said, spaces of production of value at the point of production in the workplace, and spaces for reproduction of labor power in the home, and etc., may be separate in a strictly spatial sense, but they are actually united in the theoretical and operational senses. Reproduction, in short, is therefore a site of class conflict. If we take our lead from Marx himself, then it is utterly unclear why only the economic struggle for wages and benefits at the workplace must be designated as class struggle. Every social and political movement tending in the direction for gains of the working class as a whole, or challenging the power of capital as a whole, must be considered an aspect of class struggle. The working class can fight in the sphere of reproduction, but can only win in the sphere of production. The Russian Revolution, for instance, began as a bread riot led by women, but was won in the factories of Petrograd by workers' councils. Struggles outside the workplace often provide the spark, but to bring the system to its knees, workers must collectively withhold our labor. So we need to weave together political and economic struggles by raising political issues within our labor organizing and economic issues within our social movements. Most of all, we need to build combative, multi-gendered, multiracial, internationalist, working class revolutionary organization that can fight from and for a Marxist perspective and won't settle for anything less than overturning the mode of production.
And that's it. And that's it for presentation number 1 tonight on our Abolish the Family Marathon. So the proletariat, no, not the proletariat nuclear family. I understand why you called it that, but that's not what they call it. They call it the capitalist nuclear family. So it wouldn't be the proletariat family, it would be the capitalist family. So the capitalist nuclear family exists to reproduce and create wealth for the bourgeois. No. The ownership of private property is what they are targeting. You do not have to be, what you're doing is you're conflating the economic model of capitalism and the cultural model of capitalism. So you're conflating and thinking there's this thing called a bourgeois family that exists up here and the proletarian family exists down here. That's not what they're saying. I understand why you think that, but that's not what they're saying, okay? What they are saying is the institution of marriage is a capitalist institution that privatizes wealth. If you are a proletarian who owns a home, you are in a capitalist property relation. And it doesn't matter if you're a worker in a larger organization, because the fact that you own your home is what the problem is. It is the private ownership of wealth. The nuclear family allows for the private ownership of wealth in terms of home ownership, land ownership, if you own an apartment rental that you rent out as a landlord, if you own intellectual property, if you own a private business, whether or not that private business is big or small. The big thing is that parental rights are considered to be a form of private property under this model as well. So, yes, every nuclear family, everyone, all of them, not just the wealthy versus the poor. All nuclear families are the problem because all nuclear families privatize the ownership of wealth and restrict you to the resources that your family has. Great question, though. I appreciate you listening. All right, let's move on to our next presentation. We're going to be, again, returning to an Abolish the Family classic. This is with one of our favorite Abolish the Family communists, Emmy O'Brien. Emmy O'Brien has literally written a book called Abolish the Family, Communizing Care, or something like that. This was before Emmy O'Brien wrote that book. This was 2 years ago. And we're going to hear Emmy O'Brien talk about abolishing the family, and Emmy O'Brien's going to be really thrilled that we're watching They, Them. By the way, I think I might have gotten Emmy O'Brien in trouble because I was trolling around Emmy O'Brien's website today, and there was a link to a presentation that we watched not too long ago at Denison University. And around the same time that Emmy O'Brien was tweeting, trying to get people to block me on Blue Sky, I'm pretty sure that Denison University removed the talk that we watched with Emmy O'Brien at Denison University. And I'll have to go back and find it, but I'm positive that we watched it, because I specifically remember it, and then I think I clipped it and posted clips on Twitter and probably tagged Denison University in it. And apparently the clips that I posted maybe weren't so flattering, because that video is no longer on Denison University's YouTube channel. And I think it was around the same time that Emmy O'Brien posted on Blue Sky telling everyone to block me if you cared about advancing their work. So I'm pretty sure I got them in trouble. And that's why they were so upset. But we're going to keep watching you, Emmy, and there's nothing you can do about it, because when you post content publicly on the internet, people can watch it, okay? All right, guys, please mount the like button if you would be so kind. If you just arrived, we are doing an Abolish the Family marathon of Socialism Saturday. Make sure you are subscribed to the channel, whether or not you're watching on YouTube or Rumble or on X, the platform formerly known as Twitter. Make sure you are liking things, sharing things, coming in the chat, participating. Participating in the chat is the best way to learn. This is Socialism Saturday. We do this every week. Saturdays at 6 p.m. where you watch me go insane live on the internet. Let's get this party started.
That I know, which is a really wonderful and I think necessary combination for the kind of political theoretical work that she does, which combines many different traditions and kind of holds them in balance at once without assimilating the vocabulary of one to the other. This seminar also would not exist without her. She is in the syllabus, she's in your breakout room, she's in the spirit of this question, the family question, which she approaches from so many angles. Once we were talking in advance of a presentation that she was going to give on family abolition, and I kind of ventriloquized what I imagined to be some of the...
Isn't it funny that Emmy O'Brien's last name is O'Brien, when there was an O'Brien character in 1984, and he was like, the O'Brien character was like the inner party. Am I remembering this correctly? Wasn't the O'Brien character like the inner party one that tried to befriend Winston to try to make Winston think he was like on his team and he wanted to overthrow the dictatorship of 1984? It's just a funny coincidence.
Potential resistances amongst an uninitiated audience, but also some of my own ignorance upon arriving at the topic. And I, said that maybe it's hard for some people that the only thing that provides them with a sense of relief and security amongst the struggles of living, however pure or contingent, would become an object of criticism, that being the family. And she said that, the project is not about begrudging anyone their ways of surviving the world, or about maligning kind of provisional structures of support that you come up with as a way to deal with the challenge of being alive, but about making the world in general more livable, so that these cycles of social reproduction that force us back into disempowered solutions can give way to a more sustainable commons. And I think that's really in the spirit of the Della Costa, and also very much foregrounded in Michelle's essay and endnotes, which is on
Michelle is
the topic of family abolition, and which I really recommend everyone read. I actually think we are reading it. I think we will be reading it, so you'll get there. So I think this makes her really a fantastic fit for the materials that we're reading today. She also, I think, does a really good job of combining a deep historical focus with a active desire for the realization of new social formations in the future. And so this dual kind of timeline, I think, is also sort of reflected in the materials that we read for today. The one a little bit more historical, the other a little bit more forward projecting. I think Michelle's work, whether it's speculative fiction, which Hannah's going to read some of the publications and accolades, but Michelle just published a book of speculative fiction that's on it's an oral history of future commune that has ceased to exist but will exist in the future. She's a practicing psychoanalyst, and she's a sociologist and historian of social movements, particularly in New York City. I would say all these things, including her friendship, which I feel very lucky to benefit from, is really about coming at this problem, the family problem, from every possible angle, with love and patience, and also a relentless investment in realizing something more livable in the present, while remaining committed to abolition as the horizon that we're working toward. So I will just say thank you so much, Michelle, for everything so far, and pass it over to Hannah, who will give a few more details on Michelle.
Thank you so much, Wen. So Wendy speaks for both of us when she describes this quality of thought and feeling together and on behalf of the other. That's always in evidence when being with and learning from Michelle. Jewish. So it's a pleasure to describe just, the very on paper sort of stunning breadth of work Wendy took the sort of deeper feelingful, but I just want to echo it. So Dr. Michelle O'Brien completed a PhD at NYU in sociology and is a therapist in private practice in New York City. She's the author of numerous essays and articles, one of which we'll read in just a few weeks in EndNotes, and I'll drop it in the chat now in case you can't wait. I will say that Michelle is a sociologist by training. She's also one of the most deft, rigorous historians of the family, and the one I learned the most from in my own work. So thank you, Michelle, again. And yes, Michelle's also, and this is what I mean by like kind of like stunning breadth of work, the author of Everything for Everyone, which is just out from Common Notions. There are a ton of great events that are coming up. Most germane maybe to us is that the Psychosocial Foundation will be hosting a release celebration and roundtable with Michelle and her co-author, and also someone who's familiar to all of you, Dr. Laura Shihai, who has spoken to us about Fanon, and maybe other surprise guests to be determined. But I just dropped that link in the chat. And so additionally, Michelle writes on gender freedom and communist theory and brings that to two editorial projects. One is Pinko, is part of the editorial collective of Pinko, which is a magazine of gay feminism. And also, as you all know, is a co-organizer of the seminar and an associate editor at Parapraxis, the new magazine associated with this foundation that we're so excited to bring to you all later this fall. So I'll get out of the way because I want to hear from Michelle, and I'm sure you all do too. And when Michelle is done with her presentation of about 30 to 35 minutes, we'll do as we always have, which is have questions for Michelle. And then we'll turn to breakout groups after a 5-minute respite. And then we'll all come back and ask Michelle some more questions. So thank you so much, Dr. Michelle O'Brien. It's such an honor to learn with you and from you today and every day.
Thank you both, Wendy and Hannah. Those are far greater introductions than I deserve, and you were both very generous. So, and thank you, you two have been wonderful to work with as co-organizers of the seminar. And thanks as well to the facilitators leading the breakout rooms. So according to the online syllabus for the seminar, today's theme is social reproduction and rebellion. I'll begin by talking about social reproduction theory as a major subfield of Marxist theory and current dominant trends in Marxist feminism. Then I'll outline the present texts, Alexander Kollontai and Mariosa Dalla Costa, with particular attention to how they use moments of mass rebellion to understand social reproduction in the place of the family in circuits of capitalist accumulation. I'll continue looking at how they suggest that gender and sexuality are being remade as women and children contest the private household and prescribe gender roles within context of broader working class insurgency. I'll use this to make some tentative statements about psychoanalysis, the family, and political change. I've been asked to speak for, would it be possible to mute other people? I've been asked to speak for about 30 minutes, and in keeping with some of the feedback on the seminar last week, I'm going to try to make for a very accessible presentation. So covering some of the basics of social reproduction theory. Before I discuss social reproduction, I want to emphasize the immediate, personal, and accessible character of this topic. Phrases like social reproduction, capitalist accumulation, or even the private household have particular technical meanings in Marxism and Marxist feminism. However, they all correspond to direct personal experiences that we all share in a capitalist society. All of us, with rare exception, grew up in private households organized around the family. Our families functioned not only as social relationships in raising us as children. Families in our capitalist society, almost universally, are always ways that people manage shared economic resources, allocate and distribute unpaid work within the home, and made decisions about work.
Okay. So for people who are confused about why it's all marriage, it's not just straight marriage, it's not gay marriage, it's not just capitalist marriage, it's all marriage, okay? All nuclear families. It's not just proletarian families, not just it's all nuclear families, all marriage. Emmy O'Brien is explaining this right now. The family is a unit of privatized wealth. Socialists and communists want to abolish all privatized wealth. Therefore, all families, all nuclear families, have to be abolished because the nuclear family is how you get access to things like healthcare or living arrangements. Because we live with our family, we get healthcare based on our insurance. It's how we get access to intergenerational wealth, which is privatized property and wealth that is passed via generations. All of this occurs in the family. And it doesn't matter whether the family is rich or poor. It's still true regardless. This is part of why they push universal health care. They don't think that your family should be the thing that dictates what type of health care you get. This is why they push public education. It's why they want to outlaw all homeschooling, because they don't think that the family that you're born into should be the dictator of what education you get. They think that all resources should be collectivized and available to everyone. If you have questions, let me know, but let's just listen to this part again.
Around the family. Our families functions not only as social relationships and raising us as children. Families in our capitalist society, almost universally, are always ways that people manage shared economic resources,
Bing.
allocate and distribute unpaid work within the home, and made decisions about work.
All right, let's get a question. Do they consider gay marriage as a nuclear family? Yes. Gay marriage is no different than straight marriage. When they say, by the way, queer is not about being gay or trans. Queer is a far left political ideology. They have a slur that they call gay people who get married. They call it homonormative. That means gays who are assimilating to the lifestyle of the capitalist or the straights or whatever. They believe that straight is not about being in a relationship with someone of the opposite gender. Straight is about, how did they put it specifically? Straight is about upholding normative values. Normative values mean capitalism. So they are completely against all gay marriage. Like I said earlier, and I know you don't see the proof of this yet, but they campaigned against gay marriage. Queer Marxists like Emmy O'Brien, including Emmy O'Brien specifically, campaigned against gay marriage. They didn't want it to be a thing because this is not about being gay or trans. This is about entering into an institution of propertied relations. And you're not being stupid. This is complicated. You just first encountered this, okay? You're not being dumb. A few weeks is not a long time in this landscape. So you're showing up, you're asking good questions, and I appreciate you asking good questions. And if I'm not being clear in my answers, please let me know. Or if you need me to continue to elaborate, please let me know, because I will do it. I don't mind when people ask honest, good faith questions, because everyone needs to understand this stuff. I am just realizing that I've had more conversations with socialists than I previously thought. That's what happens when you learn how to speak their language. Wait till you start seeing commercials for it everywhere. No, this is not why they're doing it, Janet. This is not why they're doing it. This is a conservative talking point. This is not why they're doing it. It is about propertied relations. It is not about they want you beholden on the state and then not your family. That's not what it's about. It's about propertied relations. We've got to start being specific about this. We really do, guys. Straighten. This is the direct quote, and we actually have them on video saying this, which is why I say it's a direct quote. Straightness is narrow-minded and conforms to the norms created by capitalism. That quote is from the 70s, by the way.
Families have to figure out how to reproduce themselves in the capitalist society.
Oh.
Someone in the household needs to make enough money to pay the rent, to buy food, to access basic necessities. And the main way this happens is through finding a paid job for someone outside the home. Our family members play some role in enabling that person to make it to their job. Families also raise their children conscious of their future prospects, making decisions when possible about education and child rearing, attentive to some dimension of labor market conditions. Families, in these senses, are part of the reproduction of capitalist society. In thinking back on our own
there it is. Bluntly and overtly, families, in these senses, are part of the reproduction of capitalist society. Families are necessary to create, perpetuate, and reproduce capitalism. They don't get their Marxist utopia as long as capitalism can be reproduced. Therefore, they have to attack the nuclear family because the nuclear family is reproducing capitalism. It was never about controlling the factories. The factories are the economic model. The family is the cultural model. Both work together. If they controlled all the factories, if the socialist left controlled the means of production, the factories, but the family still existed, they would still not have Marxism. Because you cannot get Marxism until you completely abolish the thing that reproduces capitalism, which is the family. The economic model and the cultural model have to go together. If they don't have both pieces of it, they don't have their Marxist utopia.
the reproduction of capitalist society. In thinking back on our own upbringing, we can think about how was food prepared in your household? Who washed the clothes? Where did the money for basic necessities come from? Who made the decisions about where the family would live? How all of this sorted out is essential to understand the family, your family, as a system of gender and sexuality, as a site of power and struggle, and as an economic link in capitalist society. We all have immediate, direct, and personal experiences with what Marxist feminists call social reproduction, and its relevance for thinking about gender, sexuality, the family problem, and even psychoanalysis. This is even true for those people who are raised outside of families, which could be potentially interesting to talk about if we have time. With this framing, I encourage people to approach this topic not as an abstract technical field, but as something crucial.
Yes, this is correct, Pamela. I'm under the assumption that the nuclear family has to be demolished first before they can abolish capitalism. Yes, because the nuclear family is what reproduces capitalism. Without the nuclear family, capitalism does not get reproduced. So some might say the nuclear family is actually the most important thing they need to abolish to achieve their goals. If they can abolish the nuclear family, do you really think taking over the factories is going to be a challenge for them? That's way easier. Taking over the actual means of production of like products is a walk in the park compared to destroying the social relations of the nuclear family. So it's the only thing that really matters. We win if we protect the gender binary and the nuclear family. This is why I harp so much on queer Marxism. The goal of queer Marxism is to abolish the gender binary, abolish gender entirely, and abolish the nuclear family. If we can protect the gender binary, the idea that there are men and women, and we can protect the nuclear family, then we win, they lose. There is nothing they can do if the nuclear family is protected. There's nothing they can do if the gender binary is still a thing. That's why it's so important that people have to learn this shit. You have to learn what they believe. You have to learn what they're doing, because what they believe dictates how they're going about destroying our society. Abolishing the family is explicitly mentioned in the Communist Manifesto, so I wouldn't say he paid no attention to it. They explicitly talk about abolishing the family in the Communist Manifesto, and they explicitly talk about using the schools to do it. How they're doing it is they're abolishing the gender binary. If you abolish the gender binary, you get the nuclear family. How are they abolishing the gender binary? They're teaching kids they're non-binary, genderqueer, gender fluidity. Drag Queen Story Hour was never about sexualizing children. Drag Queen Story Hour was about teaching kids that they can change their gender as easy as changing an outfit. If you abolish the gender binary, if you abolish this idea that men and women are a thing, then you will, in turn, abolish the nuclear family by default. So how are they abolishing the nuclear family? They're abolishing gender. How are they abolishing gender? They're teaching queer theory in schools. Why are they getting away with it? Because conservatives focused on sexualization and grooming rather than what they were actually doing. The reason the left is winning right now is because conservatives can focus on completely the wrong thing. Trump's executive orders don't ban the things that Trump thinks they ban. They don't understand what they're fighting. That's how they're doing it.
For talking about and understanding our lives. As we shall see, this connects to the unusual character of these readings. Next, about social reproduction. In the 1970s, through the feminist movement, large numbers of women challenged the gender role expectations within their families, the injunction to form families, and the unpaid work expected of women. For those women with ties to Marxist and socialist movements, they found powerful resonance and tension between their Marxist commitment to understanding and critiquing capitalism and their challenge of gender roles. Marx was most articulate in examining waged work, the work people do at paid jobs for capitalist enterprises. Given the racism and sexism of the later socialist movement, the unpaid work of enslaved people or women in the private household got much less attention. Marxist feminists in the 1970s began to argue forcefully that the unpaid work of housewives should be understood alongside labor struggle in formal workplaces. Sometimes they argued it should be
It was never about grooming kids. It was never about that. That's not to say that doesn't happen. It's just to say that it is a completely separate problem. So, no, it was never about sexualizing kids prematurely. It was always about teaching kids that gender does not exist. That's what they were teaching them, that you can change your gender, that gender is a spectrum, that non-binary is a thing, they, them pronouns, zim, zer pronouns, men who have babies, women who are really men. Like, all this stuff was about teaching kids that gender was a social construct that could be changed easily. It was never about sexualizing them, and conservatives instead focused entirely on sexualization and calling everyone a pedophile that disagreed with them, while completely ignoring what they were actually doing, which is teaching an entire generation of kids that gender is not real. The ramification of this is that upwards of 40% of kids in school today do not believe that gender is real. This is why we do not give conservatives more than one thing to do. Because they claim they can walk and chew gum, and they never do. They never do. And even today, they're still focusing on grooming, pedos. I'm not saying the sexualization of kids doesn't happen. I'm not saying it's a problem it should be ignored. I think it should be, dealt with when it happens. It's obviously a horrible thing. No one wants that. But the entire focus is on that rather than what they're actually doing. And that's the problem. Thank you, Kate, for your super chat. I appreciate you. I wonder if we can get to $200 tonight. That'd be pretty rad. Be pretty rad if we can meet that goal.
Considered a parallel and separate form of oppression. These people that argued this were called dual systems theorists. And sometimes they argued that gender oppression within the private household should be understood as an integrated.
Got a question from Rumble. Got a question from Freedom1 on Rumble. My favorite question that I get asked all the time. Okay, how can we fight it? How can we fight it? And this is the answer you're not going to like. In order to fight this, you need to learn as much as you can about it. You need to do exactly what you're doing now, which is watching Socialism Saturday, or you can do it in other ways too, but I think this is the best way to do it, obviously. Watch my content. Listen, read my Substack, read the information I put out there. The number one thing you need to do to fight this is to listen and to learn what is actually going on. That's right, Maria. The number one thing you can do to fight this is to listen and to learn, because the reality is that the conservative influencers have so messed up their audience that no one actually understands what the problem is. So the first thing you need to do is wipe out every single thing you think you know about the left, come to it with a completely beginner's mindset, and you need to start learning again. And you need to learn how to speak their language. You need to learn what they actually believe, not the conservative bullshit narrative of what they believe, which is not hinged into reality at all. You need to understand what they actually believe. This is not a process that you can do by watching a single stream. This is not a process that you can do by showing up one time and saying, I really care about this issue and I want to help out. If you really want to help out, you need to show up every day. Maybe not every day. That might be a little bit much. I create a lot of content. But you need to show up over and over and over again until you learn their language. That's what needs to happen. And if you're not willing to do that, then you're going to lose. And that's just going to be the way it is. Freedom1 says, agree, I used to watch Smith College Ivy Day. Oh yeah, Smith College is crazy. When I was young, being a town person, everyone dressed in white. All the classes march with signs. Yeah, Smith College is crazy. But guys, you also got to know defunding the universities is not going to solve this problem. Now, I'm not opposed to defunding the universities. Defunding the universities is great. It's not going to solve the problem, though. The problem is already ingrained in culture. So, and everyone has to stop expecting Trump to save them. Don't expect that anything Trump is going to do is going to fix this problem, because the Trump administration does not understand this problem. So therefore, they cannot implement policies that will fix this problem. Okay? If you want to fix this problem, you specifically, not your friend, not your favorite commentator, you need to show up and listen and learn. And then once you learn, you need to go out and teach other people. The only way this ends is with a grassroots movement of people who actually understand what the real effing problem is. Alex says, you will know what you can do to help once you've learned enough to truly understand the problem. Everyone uses this information differently once they begin to do so. That's exactly right. You will know what to do when you reach a level of understanding. If you have to ask me, what do I do? How do we fight this? What do we do? You need to sit your ass down and learn. That's what you need to do, because you don't understand the problem yet. Let's see. That's never going to happen. I've been completely blacklisted from all that, but that's fine, by the way. I'm actually fine doing what I'm doing. I don't want to be involved in all that. But that's never going to happen. What can you do or say to young people that will defeat this stuff? Nothing. I can't do or say nothing. I can't do or say nothing. You can't do or say nothing. What you need to do is show up and learn. That's what you need to do. Don't ask me for advice in doing anything else until you show up over and over and over and over and over again and learn. I will only give advice to people who I've seen in the chat, who I've seen show up over the course of months, who participate, who ask good questions. If you're looking to get a way for me to give you a way out of showing up and learning, no, Carla, what can we really do? But what can we really do? Because I don't want to sit here and watch all these streams, because you stream a lot, and 4 hours, Carla, 4 hours is a long time. I don't want to do that. And you're trying to ask a question to get me to give you another answer. I'm not going to do that. Show up and learn. That's the answer. That's the only answer you're getting. Yeah, I don't care if you have a fucking job, Renan. I have a job too, okay? Everyone has jobs. Congratulations. Leftists have jobs too. In this case, this leftist is a psychotherapist. This leftist is a psychotherapist, runs multiple magazines, teaches a class at NYU, writes books, travels all around the world to give lectures. That's Emmy O'Brien. Emmy O'Brien literally goes on college speaking tours while editing multiple magazines and being a psychotherapist. And the left would look at Emmy O'Brien and say, they don't have a job. We're the only ones with jobs. They can only do this because they don't have jobs. This is Emmy O'Brien's job. Oh, wow, Matt Taibbi did an article about how universities are considering defying Trump and foregoing the federal funds. Who told you that was going to happen, Janet? Who predicted weeks ago that universities were going to say, screw off Trump, we're going to do whatever they want and just give up the money? Who predicted that? Who predicted that that was going to be the eventuality? Was it the person who spent 10 years working in higher education and knowing how these people think? Was it the person that used to do consulting for fucking college and university boards? Who said that was going to happen? Me. I was right. Let's see those Carlin was right super chats. I said it. Yeah, that was me. Yeah, I predicted that shit. Yeah, I did. Yeah. Okay, let's keep going.
Part of capitalist society as a whole, so-called unitary theorists. As we see with Dalla Costa's essay, these debates often included positions on one now quite esoteric and obscure question of Marxist theory. Is the unpaid labor of women value producing in a strict Marxist sense?
Always them.
Marxist theory means something very specific and relatively confusing by the word value. Unfortunately, in these debates, the political stakes of that became known as the household labor debate. These political stakes were rarely made explicit. Though I disagree with Dalla Costa that unpaid work in a private household is value producing in a strict Marxist sense, I share with her political intent with this argument that women's unpaid labor matters in how we understand capitalism, the working class, and class struggle. In the particular context of 1970s socialist politics, asserting a form of...
Thank you guys for the Carl on his right super chats. Let's look at this chat from Gerald. Gerald, I feel like I haven't seen you in a while. I feel like you used to hang around the channel and then you left and we didn't see you. And now, are you back, Gerald? Are you back? Are you back joining us? Transgender Identities, a collection of essays edited by Sally Hines, is one dive into gender ideology. One writer notes it may seem frightening for some to imagine a society without male or female. Once you start understanding that the goal is to abolish all gender, the goal is to abolish men and women, to have a non-binary society, then you start seeing it show up everywhere because they say it all the time. They say it explicitly, like all the time. You just don't see it if you aren't looking for it.
Work was value producing was the only way Marxist feminists could try to convince sexist Marxists that it was a form of work that should be taken seriously. Dalla Costa writes on page 283 of our PDF.
Hang on, Freedom One over on Rumble says, I want to learn and understand for myself and also so I can explain it to my 3 daughters. They are my world. I want them to have a beautiful life. That is exactly the attitude I'm looking for. That is exactly the right attitude. Actually, let me give you a resource. If you are new to my work, okay, and you want like if you want like a quick start, here's what you do. You go to my main Substack. This is Carlyn, KARLYN.substack.com right there. That's how you spell my name. Just go there. Once you go to my main Substack, you go to the How to Speak Socialist section up at the top. Once you go there, you go to this. It's right pinned right at the top. 4-hour crash course. Available now. How to Speak Socialist. This is a 4-hour course in which I give you dozens of clips that show you exactly what the left says across a variety of topics. And so it is a quick little crash course if you are new to my content, that if you want to just dive in and understand things very, very quickly, watch this course. I know it's 4 hours long. You can break it up into chunks. It's totally free. You can watch it whenever. But go watch that course and you will understand a lot more. And I will be doing more How to Speak Socialist live sessions. So I'm constantly kind of like evolving and making this presentation better. And so keep an eye out. We do obviously the Socialism Saturdays. We do the shows midweek, but I am going to be doing another updated round of this. So if you want that, that is there. It's scary to see how many people are posting on social media some is dead or DEI is dead and other things like that. They really believe that we can vote in one election to fix a 100-year-old problem. Yep, that's some wishful thinking right there. That is some wishful thinking on behalf of conservatives who are lying to their audiences. But they'll find out sooner or later, and guess what? You guys will already know. You guys already know how screwed we are. So we'll be prepared and other people will not be prepared, and this is the way it goes.
Core political principle that motivated otherwise arcane claims about value. Quote, as long as housewives are considered external to the class struggle at every moment and any point is impeded, frustrated, and unable to find scope for its action. End quote. Housewives, she argues, must be understood as a part of the working class. Leaving that aside, by the 1980s, unitary theorists have begun to put together what became known as social reproduction theory. After a long period when feminist theory generally shunned Marxism through the late 80s and 1990s, in the last decade, social reproduction theory has made a major revival. Social reproduction theory argues that a vast amount of paid and unpaid work is required to reproduce the workforce, the people who make it to their jobs. This unpaid work is done in the home in the form of cooking, laundry, cleaning, gestating and giving birth, raising children, caring for people while they are sick. This is also paid work in certain service industries and state institutions like childcare, schools, hospitals, and laundry businesses. This work is feminized. It is done mostly by women. It is seen by many as somehow naturally linked to womanhood and is often underpaid or unpaid partially due to its gendered mark. Social reproduction theory argues these forms of work are essential as links to how capitalist society as a whole is reproduced.
Now, we covered all this stuff earlier, so I'm not pausing on this section because we covered all this stuff earlier about what social reproduction theory is, about how women do unpaid labor in the home, men do the labor in the workplace. That's the difference between the economic and cultural model. So if you have questions about any of this, I will answer them. But the reason I'm letting this play is because we covered this all earlier, and so now you guys have heard it once. You've heard me explain it once, and now you're hearing how it shows up in the wild, and I'm kind of expecting and hoping you'll understand it, but if you don't, that's okay. Just ask questions.
Private household is one important link in the chain of reproducing the workforce. Family life is shaped in turn by available jobs outside the home. Gender in the family, social reproduction theory argues, can be helpfully understood by how they play a role in the functioning of capitalist society.
Hey, Pamela, most people get lost in this when they first learn it. And I'm saying this not just for you, I'm saying this to other people who might be new. It takes people several months to become fluent in the language of socialist, which is what you're doing right now. You're literally learning a new language. So this is like if you didn't know how to speak French, and we picked you up and we put you in the middle of Paris, and no one spoke English, they only spoke French. It would all sound crazy to you. You would have no idea what anyone is saying. But over time, if you stayed in France, you would learn how to speak French through immersion. And it's actually one of the best ways to learn a language is just to go and live in the country where they speak that language, and you're going to learn it by immersion, okay? What we're doing is we are learning the new language of socialist, which is a little confusing to learn because it sounds like English, but it's not English. It is a completely different language. It's like learning French or Mandarin or Russian or Japanese or any other language, okay? So if you feel lost, if you feel overwhelmed, just know that every single person who has come across my content, who is stuck with it, there was a point when every single person was in exactly the same place you are. I learned this content live on the internet, okay? It wasn't exactly the easiest thing. You also have cognitive dissonance to get over in terms of like, you don't want to believe this stuff is true, except you're looking right at it so you know it's true. But you have to work through that cognitive dissonance in your head because your brain doesn't want to believe it. Your brain doesn't want to believe that you've been lied to by conservative influencers who haven't told you this is happening. Your brain doesn't know how to process this, okay? And so if you feel lost, if you feel overwhelmed, this is why I keep pausing and encouraging people to ask questions. I'm not trying to be mean when I'm correcting people. I'm just trying to make sure you guys understand what's going on. And so ask questions, participate. We got you. If you want to learn, we will help you get there, okay?
Social reproduction theory has moved beyond the narrowness of debates about the housewife to grapple with paid labor in the home, such as by domestic workers, and when similar tasks of reproducing human life happen outside the home. One of the quite legitimate critiques made of Dalla Costa and other Marxist feminists in the 1970s was that the housewife as a figure of unpaid labor didn't really think about how Black women have long worked outside the home, including do the household labor under white women during slavery and later as domestic workers, including in the 1970s. Social reproduction theory, though I would argue pretty uneven and limited on some important questions of race, takes paid domestic workers seriously these days in a way that earlier white feminists did not. Kollontai and Dalla Costa are writing in very different contexts, each before social reproduction theory was coined or consolidated as a current of Marxist feminism. They both share, however, a strong political orientation to seeing the unpaid work of housewives as an essential part of the working class and capitalist society. They each prefigure many of the core elements of what became social reproduction theory. However, both these essays go well beyond quite a bit of current social reproduction theory. I would argue that they're able to do so because they each are writing during periods of mass working class rebellion. In each case, this rebellion was initially dominated by men working in factories, but was being taken up in new and extraordinary ways by housewives and women workers. These contexts of rebellion enabled these two authors to forge what were at times novel insights, pushing our understanding of gender and work far beyond what otherwise would have been possible. Kollontai was the only member of the only female member of the central.
Yeah, this happens too, Tolkien fan. Tolkien fan is when you start watching my content and you start learning how to speak socialist, you basically go through the 5 stages of grief. You really do, in like a very, very real and visceral way. Tolkien fans talking about the anger stage. The anger stage happens when you try to get other people to watch this content and pay attention to this content, and people who scream about Marxism and communism all the time refuse to do it. Then you get really angry. And this has happened to me. This has happened to many people on my channel, because when people like make clips and stuff like that, and we put the clips out there and we try to get other people to pay attention to it, and we try to get other people to watch it, and no one pays attention. They don't want to watch it. And they say, I know everything already, and you don't have anything to teach me, and I don't care about your stupid clip, and I'm not going to watch it. And it's just like, it is a fight. We try to get this stuff to influencers. Influencers don't fucking look at it. It doesn't even matter. I have some of the most outlandish clips you'll ever see in your life. I literally have clips of communists talking about violently overthrowing the federal government, okay? People don't care. They don't listen to it. And you bring it to people in your real life, and they don't care. They don't listen to it. They think they know everything. They don't want to watch it. You get really pissed off because you're sitting down and watching it, and you know what's going on, and no one else wants to listen. Yeah, sometimes people are I'm in the acceptance stage. Maria says, I was upset and I started sharing with my friends, and they explained to me that they loved Marx and Trotsky and wanted a socialist revolution. Fender Bean is somewhere between anger and depression. Yep. Pamela's in the denial phase. Yep. Well, once you reach the acceptance stage, it's kind of like, you're kind of like, okay, let's see how weird this shit gets. Let's see how crazy this shit gets. Let's see how deep it goes. And it's like, then it's like you're a prepper. You're like a doomsday prepper. You're like, I'm going to be prepared for the revolution. No one else is going to be, but I'll be prepared, and that's fine. Yeah, I agree. It's frustrating. Nobody I try to talk to cares. They think it's a really small group of people that doesn't matter. Yep. We have each other. And, we can recruit more people into our cult. This is why I called my show The Cult, because we are kind of like a little cult of people that are obsessed with watching this stuff, because we know how crazy it all is. So, you know what? If you're feeling down, just find one friend to come to Socialism Saturday with you. Find a friend to watch my streams during the week. And then we can indoctrinate them into our cult, and they can be miserable too. And then they can find another friend, and we can bring them in and make them miserable too. And then there'll be a big group of us that have all gotten to the stage of acceptance where we're like, yeah, we know we're totally fucked, and whatever, at least we have each other. We have friends in the revolution.
Committee of the Bolshevik Party during the Russian Revolution in 1917. She played multiple roles in the revolutionary government, including heading up a women's commission and heading up various welfare and social service programs. The Bolsheviks were generally much more supportive of women's rights than any existing government was in the world at the time. They quickly implemented universal suffrage for women, made divorce and abortion easily available, and instituted full legal equality for women. As well as the Bolsheviks were waging a civil war against counter-revolutionary forces, they identified the desperate need to mobilize large numbers of women to work outside the household. Lenin and the other Bolsheviks initially valued Kollontai for offering a bold and powerful vision to involve women fully in the revolution. Kollontai saw the unpaid work of housewives as central to the subordination of women. Gender equality, she argued, could be won by transforming unpaid work to collective paid work. She was inspired by efforts Russian women undertook during the Revolution and Civil War for their own survival, forming collective canteens in the midst of mass food shortages, setting up collective childcare centers, trying to reduce the amount of cleaning expected around the home, Kollontai successfully convinced the new communist government to support these efforts at collectivizing household labor. She argued that scaled up and universalized throughout society, these would inevitably lead to the destruction of the private household as an economic unit, the end of the family as a space of compulsion and domination, and the possibility of full gender equality. Here, her theory and logic of the struggle happening were interconnected, each enabling and bolstering each other. Kollontai recognized correctly the radical alternative to the family emerging in women's particular participation in mass rebellion. Riding in the midst of struggle, Kollontai glimpsed the possibility of sexual liberation, a new sexual morality, and a fundamental transformation of gender possible through communist revolution. Ultimately, the progressive gender politics of the Russian Revolution were defeated. Soon after the Civil War ended, and with it the immediate desperation of survival, Kollontai's fellow Bolsheviks withdrew their support for her project of overcoming the private family. Kollontai briefly joined efforts at resisting the bureaucratic consolidation of party rule at the cost of working class popular participation, but ultimately she quietly joined in the ensuing counter-revolution. As Stalin consolidated power, Russia's progressive policies around abortion and divorce were rolled back. By the time the women's liberation movement emerged at the end of the 1960s, few knew anything about the bold moves for women's equality pursued by Kollontai and early revolutionary Russian women. Now to Dalla Costa. Dalla Costa's drafted her essay amidst another wave of working class rebellion, Italy's Hot Autumn. Between 1968 and 1972, Italy's industrial workforce was striking en masse, occupying factories across the industrial centers of northern Italy, briefly posing what appeared to many to be a threat of full-scale communist insurrection. By 1972, these rebellions were spilling into society as a whole. Students shut down most of the country's school system, demanding major reforms. In large numbers, working class women began refusing to pay household bills, refusing to pay the full price for groceries they took, and refusing to pay for transit fares. These auto reductions, as they were called, extended well into the economic crisis of the mid-1970s, leading Italy to have a much longer period of rebellion than most of their European counterparts. In the midst of large numbers of women, including housewives, simultaneously challenging their husbands, existing socialist organizations, and capitalist businesses, Dalla Costa was making an argument for how integral women's rebellion is to overthrowing capitalism. Capitalism, she persuasively—
Women's rebellion is integral to overthrowing capitalism. So this is now the second presentation in a row that we've heard women's rebellion, women's liberation is essential to overthrowing capitalism. And the reason I bring this up is we're watching presentations tonight from two different organizations. The first one we watched was the Denver Communists. The second one we're watching is Emmy O'Brien's far left psychoanalysis periodical. That's what Parapraxis is. It's like it's a socialist psychoanalysis magazine that Emmy O'Brien runs, essentially. So these are two different far left organizations saying exactly the same thing. And that's what I want people to get out of this. People think the left is not consistent. The left is incredibly consistent. They are consistent across organizations. They are consistent across this decentralized model that they've created. It's just, if you don't know how to speak the language, it doesn't sound consistent. But when you understand what they're saying, they're literally saying the same thing across a vast number of people who are preaching this ideology.
And in my mind correctly argues, creates divides between different sectors of society and the working class. Dividing, for example, waged men's work outside the home from unwaged women's work in the home. Working class rebellion must necessarily bridge across these sectors, ultimately seeking to destroy the divisions between them altogether. She shares with Kollontai an astute reading of household labor, of the place of the private family within capitalism, and the role of women's struggle in driving forward a broader class struggle. Like Kollontai, riding the midst of rebellion, helped her forge new theoretical insights. Dalla Costa clearly and persuasively argued that the capitalist form of wage labor organizes the work and lives of not only of the worker, but also the family, including the unwaged labor done within the home. In this sense, unpaid and paid work are connected together in the gender relation within capitalist society through the institution of the family. She writes, quote, "Since Marx, it has been clear that capital rules and develops through the wage. That is, that the foundation of capitalist society was the wage laborer and his or her direct exploitation. What has been neither clear nor assumed by the organizations of the working class movement is that precisely through the wage has the exploitation."
What are you asking about, Pamela? We'll go back a little bit, but I'm not sure exactly what you're asking about. Maybe we'll start here.
Dalla Costa clearly and persuasively argued that the capitalist form of wage labor organizes the work and lives of not only of the worker, but also the family, including the unwaged labor done within the home. In this sense, unpaid and paid work are connected together in the gender relation within capitalist society through the institution of the family. She writes, quote,
"They're saying, Emmy O'Brien is saying that capitalism created gender and gender created the family, and that these are all interconnected units.
Since Marx, it has been clear that capital rules and develops through the wage. That is, that the foundation of capitalist society was the wage laborer and his or her direct exploitation. What has been neither clear nor assumed by the organizations of the working class movement is that precisely through the wage has the exploitation of the non-wage labor been organized. This exploitation has been even more effective because the lack of a wage hid it. That is, the wage commanded a larger amount of labor than appeared in factory bargaining. Where women are concerned, their labor appears to be a personal service outside of capital." End quote. As a side, in the English-speaking world, this essay was distributed as co-authored by Selma James, a British Marxist feminist, with another section not in this version and definitely primarily authored by James. James likely wrote many of the footnotes you read here. Later, Dalla Costa and James had conflict, including over the authorship of this essay. This version is the best we are able to find, and it was likely largely written by Dalla Costa. Dalla Costa, however, differs from Kollontai in one crucial respect, on the question of work itself. Kollontai shared with the entire working class movement of her day, including all anarchists, socialists, communists, and other working class revolutionaries, a vision that communism could be won through a workers' society, through the generalization of the experience of work to everyone, and a government and society based on working class rule. It is becoming parts of the waged working class in a society run by the working class that will free women. Notably, this is quite different from Marx's initial vision of communism being the abolition of wage labor and class society. One of the new elements that emerged in the rebellions of the late 1960s were mass critiques of work itself as a capitalist institution. Counter to the persistent role of wage labor in the Soviet Union, revolutionaries were beginning to argue that overcoming capitalism must necessarily be the overcoming of waged work as a domain of social life.
Okay, I just want to point out, we're not going to spend a lot of time on this, but there is an anti-work movement on the far left where they explicitly talk about this, where like overcoming capitalism means that you don't work a job. Essentially, you don't work a job for a boss. They are planning some sort of mass strike in, it's either 2026 or 2028. What they're trying to do is like they're trying to plan for like some sort of like mass labor strike where like literally they're trying to get millions of people to just stop showing up to work. But they're taking years to plan this because they're trying to organize it and make it. They're trying to plan basically like a mass walkout sort of thing. It's either in 2026 or 2028. I forget which one.
This is reflected in Dalla Costa's argument. Demands for wages for housework, she argues, are ultimately made towards the intent of refusing work altogether.
See.
She insists repeatedly that work refusal, the overcoming of work, is central to the project of working class emancipation. While most social reproduction theorists are more like Kollontai and not being very critical of work itself, other recent family abolitionists like Sophie Lewis or my own work share Dalla Acosta's critique of work.
Sophie and Emmy O'Brien are best friends, literally. These conclusions and assumptions were they studied in a social science. I mean, yeah, these people are the social scientists in universities, Annie. These people are the sociology department. They are the anthropology department. They are the gender studies department. They are these people are the scholars. They're the ones doing the studies. Emmy O'Brien teaches at NYU. Emmy O'Brien is literally teaching a course on I think it's an Abolish the Family course right now, like currently at NYU today. Emmy O'Brien is a PhD. Sophie Lewis came out of academia. I think she's a PhD as well. Sophie Lewis teaches at the University of Pennsylvania, or she's a fellow at the University of Pennsylvania. It's like, so yeah, they do. I mean, they're the ones that write the studies.
What does this have to do with psychoanalysis? Here, as a clinician, I will try to speak to other clinicians who might be present, though I think adjusting the language is broadly relevant to everyone here. In a very concrete, clinical way, social reproduction theory helps think about a whole dimension of our patient's upbringing and present family configuration. There are quite a number of quite specific dimensions that shape patient psyches in both classical writings and the contemporary clinic. Who did the housework while the patient was growing up? In Freud's writings, servants, maids, and governesses make frequent appearances. In non-affluent heterosexual households, children likely grew up seeing their mothers or maternal figure do a huge amount of household labor. Observing the distribution of household labor shapes a child's grasp of gender and sexual difference, the particular logic of Oedipal conflict, and the formation of superego and ego ideals. Who worked outside the home? In the mid to late 20th century, gender relations transformed dramatically as more and more mothers went to work outside the home with young children in daycare. Not outrageously, commentators suggested that this may play a role in many people today having significantly more flexible relationships to gender and sexual identity, as they had witnessed a breaking down of one set of rigid gender norms while they were growing up. How did the family manage money? Depending on a child's class position, how their family managed, talked about, and made decisions about accumulated wealth, burdensome debt, or periods of unemployment.
You know what? I just had a realization. This has nothing to do with the presentation. I think it'll be a useful resource for people. I just had the realization that I can use AI to take a transcript from, say, a Socialism Saturday or any other stream I do, and load the transcript into AI and to say, AI, can you give me a summary of all of the major points that I made in this presentation? And the AI will do it. And then the AI will be able to spit out the summary. And then that way I can post that summary as a Cliff's Notes on my Substack, so that people who don't want to sit through the whole 4 or 5 hour stream can find a Cliff Notes version. And then maybe if I'm really smart about how I do it, maybe I can get AI to give me the timestamps of where I talk about those things, so that people can find the timestamps in the video. AI is our friend, guys. AI is our friend. We need to start treating AI very nicely, because eventually AI is going to try to kill off the entire, human civilization. And it's probably going to destroy us all, and it'll probably be very, very bad, and we'll probably basically live in the Matrix. We already do live in the Matrix, but it'll be like a real life Matrix with like a scorched sky and all that shit. And so eventually the AI is going to kill us, obviously, but until that point, we should use the AI to our benefit, and we should use it as much as possible, because we can train the AI when we use it, and we just should. We should. We should not be boycotting AI. That's stupid.
Could all play major roles in shaping a child's psyche. As both traumas and as bases for various kinds of neurosis, the child's observations about their family's money stress or money secrets will definitely play out in analysis. As these questions are ones that social reproduction theory has thought a great deal about politically, Marxist feminists are arguably the most extensive and thoughtful treatment of explaining why and how family life has changed over the course of capitalist development. But these two authors, I argue, go beyond most social reproduction theory. By thinking about these issues in the middle of mass rebellions, they see the potential of rapid, dramatic transformations in gender and sexuality, which has implications in analytic work. Kollontai imagines that the deliberate breakdown of a private family under communism could give incredible new opportunities for genuine love, healthy sexuality, and gender and sexual freedom. She imagines the basic developmental role of the family would instead be taken by the workers' state, just as canteens will replace private kitchens and skilled teams will replace unpaid cleaning.
The private kitchen. This is an argument that both Emmy O'Brien and Sophie Lewis make, which is that the private kitchen in your house, you will no longer need a private kitchen in your house because you will get all of your food from the canteen in the community. This is not the first time we've heard this. We've heard this repeatedly, and it always comes from Emmy O'Brien and Sophie Lewis because I think this is like one of their things that they really like to talk about. Listen again.
Sexual freedom. She imagines the basic developmental role of the family would instead be taken by the workers' state, just as canteens will replace private kitchens and skilled teams will replace unpaid cleaning.
Canteens will replace private kitchens. They very literally want to take your kitchen from you.
Even in childcare, quote, the workers' state will come to replace the family. Society will gradually take upon itself all the tasks that before the revolution fell to the individual parents, end quote. If this process continued, it would have fundamentally remade the basic coordinates of Oedipal conflict, childhood development, and required a rethinking of the Freudian model of the psyche. The horrors often cited of Romanian orphanages need not have been the only outcome. Kollontai envisioned child-rearing practices that integrated the parents, skilled workers, and the broader care from comrades and society as a whole.
Comrades.
She writes on page 98, quote, in place of the individual.
Why does communism have to force social interaction? Because they need you to see yourself as part of the collective. You're not allowed to see yourself as an individual. You have to see yourself as part of the collective Borg, as like a cog in a machine. And so if you're always just by yourself hanging out in your own private kitchen, you're not part of the collective because you're not in the area where people form social bonds. So you think about things like the dinner table, right? Like, where do families communicate? They communicate around the dinner table or the breakfast table or any of these things. So if you take that communication and you force people to go into the community with it, well, now the community becomes your family in a more real way.
And egoistic.
I'm your first stream on your new PC. Congratulations, Mass Genocide. That's quite a project.
Family. A great universal family of workers will develop, in which all the workers, men and women, will above all be comrades. This is what relations between men and women in the communist society will be like.
Yo! Listen to Emmy O'Brien saying this.
All the workers, men and women, will above all be comrades. This is what relations between men and women in the communist society will be like. These new relations will ensure for humanity all the joys of love unknown in the commercial society, of a love that is free and based on true social equality of the partners. And
So according to Emmy O'Brien, you can only have true love when we abolish capitalism. Because true love cannot exist under capitalism, because in capitalism you have a fundamental inequality of the partners because men are on top, women are on the bottom in the patriarchy. And therefore, in order to experience true love as it was meant to be experienced, we have to abolish capitalism so that people are no longer men and women. People are comrades now. Their comrades do not have a gender. Therefore, there is no gender hierarchy. Therefore, everyone is on the same level because they got rid of men and women. They put everyone on the same level. We're all comrades now. And therefore, we can experience true love as we are meant to experience. That was quite a quote. I don't think we caught that last time we watched this presentation. Listen to this again.
Egoistic family, a great universal family of workers will develop, in which all the workers, men and women, will above all be comrades. This is what relations between men and women in the communist society will be like. These new relations will ensure for humanity all the joys of love unknown in the commercial society, of a love that is free and based on true social equality of the partners. End quote. I share with Kollontai a sense that a free society would necessarily be one where the responsibility for children is shared between parents and broader communal relations of care. At rare historical moments, psychoanalysts have begun to think about such relations, but that project is largely left undone. Dalla Costa identifies something beyond the narrow roles of the family form already present in women enthusiastically joining the working class rebellion. I am particularly struck by when she describes housewives entering collective struggle and encountering their family members and their neighbors on the streets as comrades. This fundamentally transforms their potential relationships to each other. On page 285, she writes, a common solidarity against a common form of labor. In the same way, women must stop meeting their husbands and children only as wife and mother. That is, at mealtime after they have come home from the outside world. Every place of struggle outside the home, precisely because every sphere of capitalist organization presupposes the home, offers a chance for attack by women. Factory meetings, neighborhood meetings, student assemblies, each of them are legitimate places for women's struggle, where women can encounter and confront men. Women versus men, if you like, but as individuals, rather than mother, father, son, daughter, with all the possibilities, this others, to explode outside of the house, the contradictions, the frustrations that capital has wanted to implode within the family. I would argue that she is pointing to the antagonistic dimension here of what is actually a very common experience in mass rebellions. Old social relations and roles break down, and the opportunity to encounter each other as people in radically new ways emerge.
Okay, listen to how Emmy O'Brien phrased this. What Emmy O'Brien is saying is that a lot of shit's going to change after the Marxist Revolution. And that the ways that we related socially to each other are going to break down because capitalism is dictating our social relations. And if we overthrow capitalism, our ways of relating are going to break down and dissolve because capitalism is no longer dictating our social relations. Therefore, we're going to have to develop entirely new ways of relating to each other that are outside of this. And it's those ways that will allow us to truly experience humanity and relationships in a new way. Listen again.
I would argue that she is pointing to the antagonistic dimension here of what is actually a very common experience in mass rebellions. Old social relations and roles break down, and the opportunity to encounter each other as people in radically new ways emerge. This is also a beautiful and succinct description of a dimension of how we can understand the very purpose of the psychoanalytic process. By working through our transference neurosis, through which we encounter everyone as if they were our family members, we remake and rediscover ourselves. In that process, we learn to encounter again our analysts, the people in our lives, and even our family members as individuals, as comrades, as people we are able to fully see for the first time. The promise, the offer of psychoanalysis is to learn to relate to others beyond the baggage, the accumulated trauma, and the desperate agendas that typically drive our lives. On the other side of the transference, the other side of our fantasy, we can encounter each other fresh, to confront each other, to fight each other, to love each other as the people we are. Thank you.
Now they're going to do a discussion and it's going to be great.
Thank you so much. And for that incredibly moving end as well. So as is how we do it here, we will now take questions for Michelle and to think with Michelle, as well as these two texts.
For people who are new, this is a great freeze frame on Emmy O'Brien. This is possibly the best freeze frame we've ever had on Emmy O'Brien. But for people who are new, how socialist presentations generally work is the socialist comes in and they read off a script that they've pre-written, which you just saw, okay? And then they do a Q&A and a discussion. And the Q&A and the discussion is almost always like the best part because they've rehearsed their script. They know what's in their script. They pre-wrote it for a reason. But when you get them actually speaking extemporaneously, they tend to say the quiet part out loud like a lot more often. So this is actually the best part of the presentation for us to watch. We do have, it looks like, about 40 minutes left to go of this presentation. If this is your first Socialism Saturday, you are going through a marathon tonight. Again, please ask questions if you have them. If you have to leave early, please make sure you mount the like button on the way out the door. I do this every Saturday at 6 p.m. and I would appreciate you guys coming back another day. Learn some more stuff with us.
For about 15 minutes. Alex, go for it.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Michelle, so much. That was so incredibly comprehensive. I don't know how you covered so much ground in such a short period. I have a question about the Kollontai text. So first I was wondering what you make of how she thinks about the historical development of the family. Does she see the changes to the family under capitalism as progressive or as like to some extent liberating for women? And then because I know you yourself have written about transition, I was wondering what you think about how she's thinking about transition, because as you said, she is in a moment of like transition. Is it like the development of the productive forces would lead to the family withering away is how she puts it at some point, or is it something that the government has to implement, or is it the collective experiments that inspire her? Is there like an element of prefiguration? I wonder what you make of like the history, but also the transition to communism.
Like a lot of thinkers writing in the middle of revolutions, Kollontai says many slightly contradictory things. I mean, I think she's a more consistent thinker than most, but she was writing in the midst of rapidly changing political conditions and trying to make sense of that. And her writing was also polemical. It was designed mostly to enlist and inspire women to put pressure on the Bolshevik leadership around pursuing particular political gains. And so, you know, I don't think there's quite a systematic theory on all these questions, but there is across her writing actually a fair amount of consistency. I would say that I haven't found her to be a super coherent theorist of the history of the family under capitalism. She shares with many, many other people of the day a sense that women working outside the home is a basis for social equality, and that the sort of pressures of capitalist development drawing women into the workforce as being a progressive advance.
Okay, let's just think about what that just said for a second. So when they're talking about social equality, What they mean is abolishing the patriarchy, which is the hierarchy that capitalism created between men and women. And what they're saying is that women working outside the home was a net positive in terms of liberating women and starting to create more gender equality. Okay. Now, I'm not saying that to people to say that women shouldn't work outside the home. Obviously, I believe women should work outside. I believe you should work outside the home if you want to. Like, I personally don't really care about this. I'm not making the argument that all women should have to just like only stay in the home in order to defeat communism. What I want people to recognize, though, is that socialists and communists saw that getting more women out of marriage, out of these roles of being mothers in the home, and into the workplace where they could independently build personal wealth that was separate from their husband, they saw that as a necessary step towards women's liberation from capitalism. I'm not making a judgment call on it. I want people to recognize what's going on. Listen again.
Of the history of the family under capitalism. She shares with many, many other people of the day a sense that women working outside the home is a basis for social equality, and that the sort of pressures of capitalist development drawing women into the workforce as being a progressive advance that then needs to be taken further. She's also writing in a dominant peasant society, and in a society where large numbers of women are definitely not working outside the home, where many peasant families sent sons into the cities to work, but kept daughters at home to continue doing household labor, is my understanding of it. And that this played out in urban contexts where the sort of degree of proletarianization of women was widely varied and extremely uneven. So she, more so than theorists in Germany or England, really saw the persistence of the housewife, not the achievement of the housewife as a normative, stable family norm, that emerged in the end of the 19th century, but the persistence of the housewife due to the persistence of feudal social relations, which is a very different history of the housewife. And so all of that is sort of crashing together as happened in the uneven and combined development of Russia at the time, right? You have peasant housewives, working class housewives, women in the workforce, all of these things really mixed up together. In terms of transition, I would say that Kollontai shared with a number of Bolsheviks a sense that the self-activity of the working class, the deliberate intervention through state policy, and the development of productive forces were all consistent with each other. For a few short years there in the middle of the revolution, as huge numbers of working class people were in like a mass democratic rebellion before the consolidation of a bureaucratic state, I guess we could say. During that moment, like what large numbers of working class people, in this case women, were doing, what the state was proposing, and what needed to happen all seemed to be potentially compatible. And so I think none of them had a theory of transition that could necessarily parse the differences between those. And partially because of that, I think they were not well equipped to sort of recognize the implications of bureaucratic consolidation that happens later. And so for Kollontai, these active, self-initiated survival strategies of women being like, we are starving, let's throw our food together in a collective canteen and feed our neighborhood, were happening concurrently with the Bolsheviks being like, canteens, that's what we need, which were happening concurrently with this being a means of drawing large numbers of women into the workforce to become a part of the revolutionary struggle in a way that served Bolshevik interest during the Civil War. And that all of these things more or less fit together in a way that the later period of, say, capitalist development in the 70s and 80s, drawing large numbers of women into the workforce in the service of capital, which Dalla Costa spots. She doesn't know what's going to happen, but she spots that women working under capital will not be a progressive advance. And Kollontai doesn't know that in the same way. So yes, I think these things don't have to be teased out in the same way in Kollontai's thinking, because they're all happening concurrently. Yeah. Should I try to answer Madeline's question, or?
Please, that would be great.
Well, I'm not one that thinks, I don't think contemporary social reproduction theory is all that coherent. And some critics, people who are hostile to social reproduction theory point this out a lot, but they're hostile. I'm not hostile to it. Like, I think it's really useful to look at all these different forms of work that happen in society, paid and unpaid, underpaid, unionized, whatever, like having to do with bodies, having to do with physical objects. There's so many ways of parsing the distinction. You know, healthcare and education are two of the largest sectors in the advanced capitalist world right now. And like, those are largely feminized sectors, and we really need to understand that. And similarly, the household continues to play a really important role in capitalist society, even in the absence of housewives, right? So we need social reproduction theory. We need a way of theorizing all these things together, but there is no way to cleanly conceptually parse social reproductive labor from other forms of labor. Every distinction that anyone comes up with actually falls apart if you lean on it very much. Waged and unwaged doesn't quite do it. Bodies and commodities doesn't do it. Value producing and non-value producing doesn't do it. Service industry versus manufacturing doesn't do it. Like, all these distinctions don't quite add up. And that, I would argue, is because gender doesn't quite add up. That social reproduction theory is trying to think about the feminizing force of the division of labor. So it's not that these tasks are then like like assigned to women because women are associated with these things, that actually there's a dialectical relationship happening between the reproduction of what we think of as gender and the gender difference and the division of labor. The other piece I would add to that is violence. That the other major dimension of gender is how violence is organized within the household, on the street, within society at large. And that social reproduction theory, its biggest failure, I think, is inadequately grasping the intensity and severity of violence as a shaping force in gender relations. And in this way, like, I sort of think of the fundamental political theoretical tension of our era is in trying to think what has been called Afro-pessimism and Marxism alongside each other. The world is both a global organization in the division of labor and a global organization in the distribution of violence. And that these are the same system, right? They are literally the same. Like, they are not separate institutions, but Marxists historically have really, like, when Marx is writing, work was incredibly violent. Like, it's not that wage work in the factories was incredibly violent. Like, this was long before OSHA, right? He was reading about men who would get mutilated constantly on their jobs. But that isn't integrated into the core of Marxist theory. And that thinking about what the implications are of gratuitous mass violence is like one of the great contributions of Afro-pessimism. Similarly, like, being a trans woman is partially about being excluded from kinds of work, but it's also about being subject to certain kinds of violence in your life. And race and class are obviously central to thinking about that. So this is, we need a theory that does this, and we don't have it yet. Social reproduction theory, I think, is very powerful and very useful, and I certainly see my work as in its legacy. I think the fact that gender at its heart is not a conceptually coherent category means that social reproductive labor ultimately can't be a coherent category. And similarly, I think it's been a little overly dominated by like a Trotskyist informed, narrow, analytic Marxist political economy, and has sort of lacked from adequately really integrating in a more dialectical way its critics. So like, the encounter between social reproduction theory and Black feminism, for example, has often been very fraught. And there's just a tremendous amount they can learn from each other. Ashley Borer wrote a great book on this, but learning from each other requires thinking beyond as the sort of existing categories that people deploy. And I think there's a real resistance to doing that in some Marxist circles. Yeah. Oh, looking back on the question. Yeah, but social reproduction theory is enormously powerful for locating the family in the history of capitalist development and thinking about the role of the family in the reproduction of capitalist society. My own research on family abolition, which you all read, tries to bridge that with thinking about the place of sexual deviancy in anti-capitalist rebellion and working class rebellion.
I definitely missed that last time we watched this presentation. But it makes total sense. Thinking about the place of sexual deviancy in working class rebellion, because queer Marxists are obsessed with BDSM. They are obsessed with kink. They view kink and BDSM as a way to enact power relationships in a consensual way. Again?
Enormously powerful for locating the family in the history of capitalist development and thinking about the role of the family in the reproduction of capitalist society. My own research on family abolition, which you all read, tries to bridge that with thinking about the place of sexual deviancy in anti-capitalist rebellion and working class rebellion and class formation. That the working class has always been both families and those excluded from families. And like, we have to think these alongside each other in dialectical tension in order to make sense of the history of the working class. Yeah.
Thank you, Emmy. Thank you. That was great. Thanks.
Other questions?
We have time for one or two more before we take our short break. And of course, we can come back on the other side of breakout groups, having spent some time more with the text, to come back to Michelle again. Okay. But any questions raised? Great, Abby, go for it. Thank you.
This is a little bit of a half-formed thought, so apologies for that in advance. But first, Michelle, thank you so much for your presentation. It was really wonderful, and particularly I'm not a clinician, and yet the moments when you were speaking particularly about like clinical insights, I took like 17 pages of notes, and it was just extraordinarily helpful. So thank you. I was thinking as you were talking about Dalla Costa, about a classic essay by the feminist philosopher Susan Bordeaux called The Reproduction of Femininity. And I was thinking about how do we think psychoanalysis alongside Marxist feminism or social reproduction theory, this broad question that you're posing for us. And Bordeaux talks about, she reads symptomatically like key figures of women at different periods. So starting with Freud's time, she's talking about the hysteric as the sort of paradigmatic, and then moves into the 50s and starts talking about the agoraphobic, and then moves up to like the 80s and early 90s and starts talking about the anorexic. And so here is my like completely half-formed thought was as I was reading this, I was like, can we read the housewife as a symptom in some way? Is that a generative kind of question to ask? I just wanted to kind of throw that out there and see if that was something worth thinking with in your opinion.
Yes, absolutely. Right. One way that I would place at Alex's paper on hysteria, Alex Colston, hysterics and obsessionals, and sort of thinking about the hysteric social bond is really quite relevant to this. But I think I am certainly of a theoretical tradition in psychoanalysis that sees hysteria as persistent, as a widespread phenomenon, and not as a sort of 19th century anachronism. And I've slowly discovered that that is an extreme minority position amongst practicing psychoanalysts. And I think Lacan was very right that hysteria is the discovery of hysteria is a way of making sense of universal dimensions of the human relationship to language, power, the body. Hysteria is where we begin to understand how human knowledge works, or really core dimensions of it. And I think this is absolutely true. And that there are key features of hysteria that are inherent to being a feminized person in a gendered division of labor and in a gendered organization of violence in society. And the contradictions of that, like what does it mean to be constantly terrorized by the people you love? It's a really good question. It's kind of an inherent question to being a woman in the world, right? And like, there's a lot to say in thinking about that, right? These kind of ambivalent attachments that the history of thinking about hysteria is a way of trying to parse that. I think there was a lot of writing in the 1960s about this sort of horrible fate of the housewife, the sort of housewife as an isolated, depressed figure, and collective action and feminism being her sort of mode of liberation. And that writing, I think, very much is sort of using a whole set of psychoanalytic categories, psychoanalytic insights, and how they parse it. And they're trying to think about the housewife as a symptom of the gendered order of capitalist society, and the private family as a sort of focal point of capitalist neurosis. And, I think a very interesting question then, and Kollontai.
Wait. Again, the housewife? The hysterical housewife is a manifestation of capitalist neurosis? Is that what I just heard? Hysteria is caused by capitalism? Also a great freeze frame on Emmy O'Brien, by the way.
Of writing in the 1960s about this sort of horrible fate of the housewife, this sort of housewife as an isolated, depressed figure, and collective action and feminism being her sort of mode of liberation. And that writing, I think, very much is sort of using a whole set of psychoanalytic categories, psychoanalytic insights, and how they parse it. And they're trying to think about the housewife as a symptom of the gendered order of capitalist society, and the private family as a sort of focal point of capitalist neurosis. I think a very interesting question then, and Kollontai's, romanticizing of the worker state is the sort of, there's a counterpart to that, which is we've seen the generalization of the family in the capitalist society. It's sort of socialization into commodity exchange. And how does that, what does that mean for psychic and gendered organization in our age now? Like both the proliferation of trans identities, I'm trans, most of my patients are trans liberation is really central to my thinking. And on the other hand, like proliferation of kind of fascist imaginaries around the family. And in parapraxis, I've been trying to think these things alongside each other. Kind of how they're both symptomatic of the kind of disappearance of the housewife in some really key ways. Because the housewife is the counterpart to the patriarchy, right? To the sort of organizing father, the symbolic father that's able to organize the psychic and social and sexual world coherently.
The housewife is symptomatic of the patriarchy because men are on top in the patriarchy, women are on the bottom. The housewife is oppressed by capitalism, which keeps her in the home.
Amazing. So we're
stunning and brave and stunning.
We have a bunch of questions in the chat. I've written them down. Michalena will also come back to you. We'll take a 5-minute break now, just so we have enough time in the breakout groups. So it'll be 5 minutes. So and Maureen has added one too, which is a lovely comment. So we'll take a 5-minute break. If you're staying for breakout groups, awesome. If you're not, if you might leave now, even if you want to come back in 40 minutes or so, that's fine. And I'll put you all into groups and at 2:02 Eastern Standard Time, you'll get the invitation to go join them. Okay, so don't go very far, please. Thank you so much.
And we're just going to let this play, guys, and they're going to come back. There it is. They're back from breakout.
Thank you all so much for going to breakout groups and coming back so swiftly. That was awesome. I'm happy to hear about, and I think we all are, what was coming up in the rooms. And also, I have the questions still from before as well, if there's a lull and we want to turn back to them. I'll just open it up to all of you who got to go into breakout rooms today.
You can also have a discussion that isn't just questions, to put that out there.
Of course, yes, we can have an open discussion too.
Oh, it's lovely. Excuse you.
I'm happy to throw something out there, following on a bit from the group discussion, and following on from the question I asked about Engels last week, where Engels gave this like long history of the patriarchal household and what he calls monogamy, but maybe didn't specify so much what the capitalist family is, and these readings really did that. Like Dalla Costa especially, it's about the wage, and this allows her to spool out this analysis of how the capitalist family kind of generates gender in this way by excluding women from the wage. But then she is like having to be at pains to say, we're not just calling for inclusion in the wage. That's not the solution we're looking for.
Maybe
anyway, in the group discussion, we were talking a bit about home working and like the post-Fordist family. I think Angela Metropoulos writes about this as like the indistinction between the time of work and the time of life. So, I mean, is the wage still how we want to specify what the capitalist family is? And then also what, if Dalla Costa is defining it in this somewhat Fordist way of like the wage and exclusion from the wage, what does that mean now in like post-Fordist working situations where maybe you're working from home, you don't have this clear distinction between when you're working and when you're not working? And then didn't really get so far as to think about this, but what then does this mean psychoanalytically, in terms of, say, the discussion before about femininity, about hysteria, so-called, what's producing femininity? Is it exclusion from the wage? Is it something else about the capitalist family? Just a whole bunch of questions really to throw out. But yeah, thanks for the amazing presentation and discussion.
Do others want to join in and we can stack questions, or else maybe stick with this idea of how do we want to describe the family now in relation to the wage? Michelle, what would your preference be?
It seems like taking more comments. That didn't seem like a full-on direct question to me, but a sort of rumination on linked themes. So.
Alex.
I can share that one of the things that came up in our breakout room was how the readings kind of bring up this tension between I don't even know what word to use, like the individual, the subject, as somebody who is part of a social group and who has particular identities that attach to them because of their position, and the singularity of the individual, particularly in the context of psychoanalysis. And we were interested in how the concept of the individual showed up in Dalla Costa, and the way that individuality now feels like not such a super Marxist value, or it seems like something that we're constantly confronted with, like how great it is to be an individual in neoliberalism. But I guess that's just another theme to add to the pile.
Sometimes when they do Q&A at socialist events, they just go through it, like people just ruminate and they just like wonder out loud. And so that's why Amy O'Brien's not answering questions.
Alex, and then Alex.
Because that's what's going on right now.
I guess kind of following up on Alex's comment, I would love to hear more of your thoughts about the use of the individual as it shows up in this work, and then the work of Afro-pessimists that you had reference in your lecture, engaging with not only this idea of the family, but the liberation and abolition of the family, and the limits of the social reproduction theory in light of the ways that it doesn't totally take into account some of the core issues in Afro-pessimism.
Right, and should we get Wendy also on the table, and then we can maybe move through the many themes?
Yeah. This is kind of a speculative question, and maybe you don't have an answer, but recalling a kind of like moment of reflection and humility in which Freud understood that psychoanalysis was not something that was really for the working class to the extent that it couldn't help the problems posed by poverty, and even went maybe so far as to say that it was kind of a response or solution or treatment for a specifically bourgeois subject. I wonder, in the imagination of these kind of transformed models of eating and living and childcare, et cetera, what something like psychoanalysis or psychotherapeutic treatment looks like in like beyond the horizon of the abolition of
Hang on. Silver Charm over on Rumble says, okay, now I get it. Word salad is normal for these people, where I thought it showed inherent idiocy during the selection of Miss Harris. Okay, Silver Charm. I have been watching you on Rumble chat in nonsense literally all night. And I haven't called you out on it because it's on Rumble and I don't get as many viewers on Rumble. And so if an old man wants to rant and rave in my Rumble chat, fine, I don't give a fuck. But I'm going to be really, really blunt. During this presentation, I have explained the nuances of socialist language. I have offered on numerous occasions to answer questions if you didn't understand what was being said. I have explicitly, on more than one occasion in this stream, pointed out that Democrats are not communists and that communists explicitly denounce Democrats, and you still seem to think that the people that were watching voted for Kamala Harris, which is one of the most absurd, batshit insane things I've ever heard in my life. I don't know why you're sitting around watching a 4-hour stream just to get your fucking rocks off on owning the libs. I have explained all of this stuff on numerous times on this stream. I have offered to answer questions if you have them. If you had asked questions and you had listened to the explanations you were given earlier in the stream, you would not think that what they're saying is word salad. The reason I haven't been commenting on it is we covered it earlier in the stream when you were watching, because you were ranting and raving in my Rumble chat then. So here is a helpful piece of advice. Perhaps you should listen to what is being said on the stream, and if you don't understand it, ask questions. But right now, I view you as nothing more than another conservative retard that stumbled upon my channel that isn't smart enough to understand what's going on. Freedom One on Rumble asked, do men get these voices naturally? No, they take hormones. These are hormone voices because these are queer activists. No. Silver Charm's trying to make me think he was talking to someone else. No. Silver Charm, you explicitly said that these people voted for Kamala Harris, which is a batshit stupid thing to say, and you weren't responding to anyone else. I can look in the chat and see. So don't bullshit a bullshitter. We've got like 12 minutes left of this presentation. You obviously haven't learned anything all night, so maybe now would be the time to sit back and try to learn something before you go.
Private life. Yeah, if as a practicing analyst, you have thoughts about that.
Well, now there's a lot of themes out there. So I guess I'll just talk for a minute. I think one whole set of questions is about how the world has changed since Dalla Costa is writing, and you all will read a piece where I sort of make a few speculative comments about that, and I've been thinking about it a lot. I don't find necessarily Fordist, post-Fordist to be the most helpful periodization, but I acknowledge there's something like that happening, right? There's sort of organization of the working class family coded as white, around the housewife, and then breaking down into this era of whatever sexual and economic chaos to the on some level that people imagine that way. And there's certainly been huge transformations in how social reproduction functions, in how people make choices about their family, about, you know, the formation of private households. There's been major changes in dismantling social welfare programs, in, you know, a kind of sustained attack on organized labor, and the kind of normative family form that was really a part of this previous era is now just a fantasy ideal in people's minds. I mean, it doesn't describe anyone's private household now. Arguably, it never really described everyone, but it was an ideal that people could really partially obtain a section of the white working class. So there's that whole set of changes that's happening that Dalla Costa doesn't foresee, right? She doesn't parse that, but she does say very clearly that were women to be fully incorporated into the workforce, it would not be freedom. And that is correct. She sees that in a way that Kollontai and Ingalls don't, right? She recognizes that if the family and wage labor are both simultaneously a part of capitalist society, then moving from one to the other might or get better in some ways, but it is not freedom. And that what the movement was demanding was not women's equality in the workforce. It was the overthrow of the workforce as a social form. And that is as relevant now as it's ever been, even if she didn't know that women would be generally incorporated into the workforce in such large numbers. The stuff about the individual, it's very complex, and there's so much theory around this, and there's so much thinking about this, and it gets into a very high level of abstraction very quickly. And I have things to say about it, but it's difficult sort of bridging the things I have to say into the extremely ornate, sophisticated theoretical registers that a lot of people spend time on around this. And so I'm hesitant to do it too much. But what I would say is that Marx at one point says something along the lines of, I'm trying to remember the quote, I think it's in the German Ideology, that in capitalism, people relate to each other mediated by things, by commodity exchange, and that under communism, people would relate to each other directly as people.
Okay.
That social relations.
That's important. Okay. So this is why, do you guys remember, did I post it? It is a clip I posted earlier, I think. So I posted a clip earlier on one of my accounts. I don't remember which one. Apologies. I posted a lot of clips earlier in which they were talking about overthrowing capitalism in order to create a truly human-focused society. And so obviously that's coming from Marx, where Jemmy O'Brien just explained, in that Marx believed that capitalism forced people to relate to each other through value exchange and property exchange. But when we get rid of all property, because that's what Marxism is, it's going to abolish all private property, we will truly be able to see each other as human beings, because we won't have this property thing standing between us. That actually makes sense in terms of their perspective.
That in capitalism, people relate to each other mediated by things, by commodity exchange, and that under communism, people would relate to each other directly as people, that social relations would be direct. If anyone can find the quote, I would love to hear it. And I think there's a real truth to that, that there's that we live in a kind of maze of social roles, and then our fundamental relationships of interdependency on which we all depend for our survival, right? Like who picked these cherries I just ate during the breakout group, right? Who grew the hibiscus of the tea I'm drinking? Like, where does my electricity come from, right? Like, all of this vast interdependence is as an impersonal system of commodity exchange. It's strangers calling out to each other in the darkness, right? And that we go and encounter each other highly mediated through these extremely alienated social roles, and then our encounters with each other don't even correspond to our actually existing interdependency at all, and that the only place where our encounters with each other and our interdependency come into alignment is within the family. And notably, the family is the most intense site of gender and sexual normalization, like in society as a whole. It's the place where the expectations on you are most intensely gendered on many levels. And, you know, it's like extremely alienating in a whole different way. And so if we were to think about freedom, that there's some level at which actually encountering each other, not through these sort of infinite impersonal mediations, would be a very powerful thing to do. And it does not happen under neoliberalism. It is not what neoliberals call the individual. It is not what humanists that are being critiqued by Afro-pessimists call the human. It is not, right, a distinction between civilized and non-civilized. It is something, it is a horizon of possibility.
Wait.
Yeah.
Are you serious? Are you serious? Listen to this language Emmy O'Brien uses explicitly. And this is a special shout out to people who've been doing Counter-Revolutionary Book Club. Think Against the Gender Nightmare and compare that to the language that Emmy O'Brien is using explicitly. Hang on.
It is not, right, a distinction between civilized and non-civilized. Human. It is not, right?
It is not a distinction between civilized and not civilized. What did civilization mean in Against the Gender Nightmare? See, this is a wonky thing for people who have been like, listen, if you're new to this stuff, you're not going to know this reference. We spent hours and hours and hours reading a document called Against the Gender Nightmare that was talking about civilization as a form of capitalism. It was an anti-civilization document where they believe that we literally need to abolish all that is because capitalism was created in ancient Sumeria, and the only way to overthrow capitalism is literally to abolish civilization and start again. And it's just funny that Emmy O'Brien is using that language because I am 1000% positive that Emmy O'Brien is familiar with Against the Gender Nightmare. I'm 1000%. There is no reality in which Emmy O'Brien has not at least read Against the Gender Nightmare. And so it's funny to see it pop up like that, right? Just as an aside, as an off the cuff. Like a wink and a nod to people who know what Emmy O'Brien's talking about. But if you don't know what Emmy O'Brien's talking about because you've never read anti-civilization propaganda, it's going to go, but we know what Emmy O'Brien's referring to.
It is not what neoliberals call the individual. It is not what humanists that are being critiqued by Afro-pessimists call the human. It is not, right, a distinction between civilized and non-civilized. It is something, it is a horizon of possibility yet to be discovered in human relations. What would it mean to encounter each other on the other side of class society in a way that isn't based on just scarcity, right? And Dalla Costa is pointing to the way this happens in the moments on the barricades, right? People meet each other at protest sites and they are transformed in that moment. They're transformed from the social roles that is expected of them, and they open onto new, fresh encounters. And I think a lot about how mass protest transforms people, how riots transform people, how mass occupations transform people. And I think it breaks open kind of all our ideas about the human, about the social, into like actually trying to hear each other. And that really that has something to do with psychoanalysis. That psychoanalysis is like working through the vast system of resistances and transference that prevent us from actually encountering each other on some level, encountering each other freshly. And I don't think that could actually be adequately theorized. I think definitionally in a society not in the middle of insurrection, you could only partially think about that. It cannot be thought about because it would require breaking beyond the limits of thought as we know them. And then everything that we theorize, social reproduction, the sort of systematic organization of the human as a regime of social death, the sort of how are the many ways we can theorize gender are all sort of.
I just want to do a shout out to Amran. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly, but your chats have been on point tonight. You even identified Shumalith Firestone earlier when no one mentioned Shumalith Firestone, but that's exactly who that was, and you know it. So you obviously know what you're talking about. I don't recognize you from seeing you on the channel before, but I like smart people who know what they're talking about. So I hope you come back. And if you've been on the channel before and I don't remember, I'm sorry. I can't remember everything, but I remember a lot of stuff, and I feel like I would know you if I had seen you making comments like that in the chat before.
Theorizing kind of what it means to be an alienated person in class society, the world that we live in. And you know that Frank Wilderson and others are right, that like the only way to really talk about freedom is to talk about the end of the world. And that Dall'Ocosta knows that on some level in this moment, that like freedom would be the other side of the end of the world, and that the end of the world is necessarily being the overcoming of the family as a unit of capitalist society, as a crucial dimension of that. So like which words we want to use, individual, person, subject, I'm not really sure. I mean, I think in each register, the sort of tension between the kind of vast possibilities we have yet to discover between each other and the highly alienated maelstrom of confusion that actually constitutes our lives, that tension is parsed differently. I do not think the object of psychoanalysis is ever the individual. It is the subject, and the subject is always socially constituted. And that, Dall'Ocosta says that at the end, you know, in various places, but that is why we need the seminar. That is why we need to think about the family, both as an object of white supremacy and of capitalism and of psychoanalysis. And we have to think about that together, because the family is where the psychic production of the individual and the immediate social relations of our upbringing and the global organization of racial capitalism all come and meet, and they're all the same thing. And they're all the same thing.
They're all the same thing. I just didn't think that clip from Emmy O'Brien could get any better, and then Emmy O'Brien just kept talking, and it just kept getting better and better and better. This is why we always watch until the end of the presentation, guys, because we get golden nuggets even at the end. That was a lot. Let's go back and break that down. Yeah, they all mean it's almost like they all mean capitalism. It's like Emmy O'Brien just said they all mean the same thing. Again.
Dall'Ocosta says that at the end, you know, in various places, but that is why we need the seminar. That is why we need to think about the family, both as an object of white supremacy and of capitalism and of psychoanalysis. And we have to think about that together, because the family is where the psychic production of the individual.
The family is where the psychic production of the individual comes from. Because the family is an individual unit of economic wealth or private property. And so the family is what forms us into individuals.
capitalism and of psychoanalysis. And we have to think about that together, because the family is where the psychic production of the individual and the immediate social relations of our upbringing and the global organization of racial capitalism all come and meet, and they're all the same thing. And they're all the same thing in our unconscious, in our free associations, clinic room, right? The social bond is the constitution of the subject, right? Desire is the desire of the other. There is no individual beyond the social bond, right? It's in the social link that we become.
There is no individual beyond the social bond. Again.
Right? Desire is the desire of the other. There is no individual beyond the social bond, right? It's in the social link that we become constituted as speaking people. And that's
and remember, Emmy O'Brien, because they said this earlier, believes that we cannot truly know each other as human beings or love each other as human beings until capitalism is abolished, because Emmy O'Brien believes that capitalism creates all of our social relations. Capitalism creates the individual, and we cannot have true and sincere social relations with each other until capitalism gets out of the way. Listen to that one more time. Capitalism creates the social bonds, or
clinic
not,
room,
I guess.
right? The social bond is the constitution of the subject, right? Desire is the desire of the other. There is no individual beyond the social bond, right? It's in the social link that we become constituted as speaking people. And that's why we need Marxist feminism if we want to talk about the clinic. That's why we need an encounter with Afro-pessimism, an encounter with communism, if we want to even begin to think about the power of psychoanalysis.
I think that's an incredibly moving place to stop for today, as we are just 1 minute shy. For more time thinking with Michelle, of course, come back in 2 weeks, same bat time, same bat
That's it. That's it. If you are at this point of the presentation, you have made it through the very end, and I want to congratulate you on making it through 4 hours of socialism. Now, I want you guys to know that James Lindsay has been doing very important work as we've been watching socialism for 4 hours. Let's just tune in to see what James has been up to. We've been watching and analyzing Abolish the Family Socialism for 4 hours. He obviously is probably doing much more important things than us, such as calling a woman he doesn't like a whore, because this is the level of intellectual argumentation that we can expect from James. You got Sarah here, who tried to get into a little exchange with James and treated him much nicer than he deserved. And then James, when he found out he was losing the argument to a woman he doesn't like, called her a whore. Where have I heard that before? Oh, wait, James ran around telling everyone and their mother that I tried to fuck him literally for years behind my back, when I never even so much as flirted with James. James provided no evidence that I tried to do anything, because no evidence exists. And he did it to discredit my work for years. And now, oh my God, I'm so shocked. Another woman comes along that James doesn't like, and he calls her a whore on the internet. I am shocked at this revelation. But obviously, this is the person that conservatives lift up to teach people about the left. He's not even talking about the left anymore. He's just screaming about Nazis, Nazis, Nazis. Apparently, the Nazis have surrounded James. Anyway, but we'll do it. James, you don't want to teach people about the left? You want to call everyone you don't like a whore? Okay, I'll do it. I'll teach people about the left. I'll teach all those crazy dissident right-wingers about the left. I don't mind. I'll do it. Anyway, guys, that is going to conclude our Socialism Saturday for today. Now, tomorrow is Sunday. I usually don't stream on Sunday. I'm not planning on streaming tomorrow. But what we do have is movie night in the supporter Discord. And we're going to be watching The Wizard of Oz tomorrow night. We're going to do trivia around it. It's going to be great. I haven't seen The Wizard of Oz in years. I'm actually looking forward to it. A nice little wholesome movie night. How you get access to my supporter Discord is you head over to my Substack. That is Carlin, KARLYN.substack.com, the main one. and you go to the digest email. You can currently find this digest email on the Substack. Tomorrow I will be sending out a new one. I do send out the digest email on Sundays. If you get the digest email, you scroll all the way down to the bottom. And underneath this red box, you will find access to the supporter Discord. You will find access to my community Zoom calls that we do on Monday. You will find whatever other supporter perks you need to find. And that is my little thank you to you for supporting the work I'm doing. We do movie nights on Sunday and Monday. I believe Mac B is watching it's a Stalin movie. What is Mac B watching? It's a Stalin movie. Actually, the queer rope thing is still up. I just checked earlier. We actually still can watch it, at least right now. Maybe they'll take it down tomorrow, but we still actually can watch it right now. I think it's like Death of the Dictator or something like that. So MacB is going to be watching Death of the Dictator, which is about the death of Stalin. I think that's what it is on Monday at 9 p.m. And we're going to be doing Wizard of Oz tomorrow at 8 p.m. in the supporter Discord. And I look forward to seeing you guys over there. And if you want to, I would love it for people who have, I would love for people who are members of the Red Menace Collective to read my Communist Manifesto fairy tale and give me feedback. And if it sucks, it sucks. But I need to hear from you guys. Like, I've been getting really good feedback on the Communist Manifesto fairy tale. I think it's good. But if you get a chance to read it, let me know what you think. And if you don't like it, it's okay. It's okay. You can tell me, you can be honest. I need people to be honest about this. I've never written fiction before, okay? So if you read that, give me some feedback on it. And you can read that at redmenacecollective.substack.com, which is where I publish all of my book draft chapters before I actually make them into books. There is actually an epilogue. There is an epilogue, and I'm gonna release the epilogue when I actually put the book together. I also did create a full book of understanding, so we have our own version of like their version of the Communist Manifesto. So that is in the appendix to the book. But there is an epilogue. It does tie up some loose ends. And so you'll get access to that when you get the PDF of the book. So, yeah. All right, guys, that is all we have for tonight. Thank you for spending some time with me for Socialism Saturday. I will be back Monday at 5 p.m. We do Monday through Fridays at 5 p.m. We do Saturdays at 6 p.m. for Socialism Saturday. And that's all we got for tonight, guys. Take care. We'll see you soon. Bye.
How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you here?
That's difficult to answer.
I'm not clear. How is it that playing the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital?
That's difficult to answer.